Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukanipada. 151. Rajovada Jataka. Rough to the rough, etc. This story the master told whilst he was living in Jetavana, to explain how a king was taught a lesson. This will be set forth in the Tesakuna birth. It is said that one day the king of Kosala had just passed sentence in a very difficult case involving moral wrong. After his meal, with hands not yet dry, he proceeded in his splendid chariot to visit the master. And the king saluted him, his feet beautiful like the open lotus flower, and sat down aside. Then the master addressed him in these words. "Why, my lord king, what brings you here at this time of day?" "Sir," said he, "I missed my time because I was sitting on a difficult case, involving moral wrong. Now I have finished it and eaten, and here I am, with my hands hardly dry, to wait upon you." "My lord king," replied the master, "to judge a cause with justice and impartiality is the right thing. That is the way to heaven. Now when you first have the advice of a being all-wise like me, it is no wonder if you should judge your case fairly and justly. But the wonder is when kings have only had the advice of scholars who are not all-wise, and yet have decided fairly and justly, avoiding the 4 ways of wickedness, and observing the 10 royal virtues, and after ruling justly have gone to swell the hosts of heaven." Then, at the king's request, he told a story of the olden time. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was king of Benares, the Bodhisattva was conceived by his queen consort, and the ceremonies proper to her state having been duly done, she was afterwards safely delivered. On his name day, the name they gave him was Prince Brahmadatta. In course of time, he grew up, and at 16 years went to Takasila for his education, where he mastered all branches of learning, and on his father's death he became king in his stead, and ruled with uprightness and all rectitude, administering justice with no regard had to his own will or whim. And as he ruled thus justly, his ministers on their part were also just. Thus, while all things were justly done, there was none who brought a false suit into court. Presently all the bustle of suitors ceased within the precincts of the palace. All day long the ministers might sit on the bench, and go away without seeing a single suitor. The courts were deserted. Then the Bodhisattva thought to himself, "Because of my just government not one suitor comes to try issue in court. The old hubbub is quiet, the courts of law are deserted. Now I must search whether I have any fault in me, which if I find, I will eschew it and live a good life hereafter." From that time he tried continually to find someone who would tell him of a fault, but of all who were about him at court he could not find one such. Nothing could he hear but good of himself. "Perhaps," thought he, "they are all so much afraid of me that they say no ill of me but only good." And so he went about to try those who were outside his walls. But with these it was just the same. Then he made inquisition of the citizens at large, and outside the city questioned those who belonged to the suburbs at the 4 city gates. Still there was none who had any fault to find. Nothing but praises could he hear. Lastly, with intent to try the countryside, he entrusted all government to his ministers, and mounted in his carriage, and taking only the driver with him, left the city in disguise. All the country he traversed, even to the frontier, but not a fault-finder could he light upon. All he could hear was only his own praises. So back he turned from the marches, and set his face homewards again by the highroad. Now it fortuned that at this very time Mallika, the king of Kosala, had done the very same thing. He too was a just king, and he had been searching for his faults. But amongst those about him there was none who had any fault to find, and hearing nothing but praise, he had been making inquiry throughout all the country, and had but then arrived at that same spot. These two met in a place where the carriage road was deeply sunk between 2 banks, and there was no room for one carriage to pass another. "Get your carriage out of the way," said King Mallika's driver to the driver of the king of Benares. "No, no, driver," said he, "out of the way with yours. Know that in this carriage sits the great monarch Brahmadatta, lord of the kingdom of Benares." "Not so, driver," replied the other. "In this carriage sits the great King Mallika, lord of the realm of Kosala. It is for you to make way, and to give place to the carriage of our king." "Why, here's a king too," thought the driver of the king of Benares. "What in the world is to be done?" Then a thought struck him. He would inquire what should be the age of the 2 kings, so that the younger should give way to the elder. And he made inquiry of the other driver how old his king was. but he learnt that both were of the same age. Thereupon he asked the extent of this king's power, wealth, and glory, and all points touching his caste and clan and his family. Discovering that both of them had a country 300 leagues long, and that they were alike in power, wealth, glory, and the nature of their family and lineage. Then he bethought him that place might be given to the better man. So he requested that the other driver should describe his master's virtues. The man replied by the first verse of poetry following, in which he set forth his monarch's faults as though they were so many virtues. Rough to the rough, King Mallika the mild with mildness sways, masters the good by goodness, and the bad with badness pays. Give place, O driver. Such are this monarch's ways. Oh, said the man of the king of Benares. Is that all you have to say about your king's virtues? Yes, said the other. If these are his virtues, what must his vices be? Vices be it, then, quoth he, if you will. But let us hear what your king's virtues may be like. Listen then, rejoined the first, and repeated the second verse. He conquers wrath by mildness, the bad with goodness sways, by gifts the miser vanquishes and lies with truth repays. Give place, O driver. Such are this monarch's ways. At these words both King Mallika and his driver descended from their carriage, and loosed the horses, and moved it out of the way, to give place to the king of Benares. Then the king of Benares gave good admonition to King Mallika, saying, Thus and thus must you do. After which he returned to Benares, and there gave alms and did good all his life, till at the last the went to swell the hosts of heaven. And King Mallika took the lesson to heart, and after traversing the length and breadth of the land, and lighting upon none who had any fault to find, returned to his own city, where he gave alms all his life and did good, till at the end he too went to swell the hosts of heaven. When the master had ended this discourse, which he began for the purpose of giving a lesson to the king of Kosala, he identified the birth. Moggallana was then the driver of King Mallika, Ananda was the king, Sariputta was the driver of the king of Benares, but I myself was the king. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 152. Sigala Jataka. Who rashly undertakes, etc. This story the master told while staying in his gabled chamber, about a barber who lived at Vaisali. This man, as we are told, used to do shaving and hairdressing and cross-plating for the royal household, kings and queens, princes and princesses. Indeed, he did all of that kind that had to be done. He was a true believer, sheltered in the 3 refuges, resolved to keep the 5 precepts. And from time to time he would listen to the master's discoursing. One day he set out to do his work in the palace, taking his son with him. The young fellow, seeing a Lichavi girl dressed up fine and grand, like a nymph, fell in love for desire of her. He said to his father as they left the palace in company, There is a girl, if I get her I shall live, but if I don't, there's nothing but death for me. He would not touch a morsel of food, but lay down hugging the bedstead. His father found him and said, Why, son, don't set your mind on forbidden fruit. You are a nobody, a barber's son. This Lichavi girl is a high-born lady. You're no match for her. I'll find you somebody else. A girl of your own place and station. But the lad would not listen to him. Then came mother, brother and sister, aunt and uncle, all his kinsfolk and all his friends and companions, trying to pacify him. But pacify him they could not. So he pined and pined away, and lay there until he died. Then the father performed his obsequies, and did what is usual to do for the spirits of the dead. By and by, when the first edge of grief had worn off, he thought he would wait upon the master. Taking a large present of flowers, scents, and perfumes, he repaired to Mahavana, and did reverence to the master, saluted him, and sat down on one side. Why have you kept out of sight all this time, layman? The master asked. Then the man told him what had happened. Said the master, Ah, layman, 'tis not the first time he has perished by setting his heart on what he must not have. This is only what he has done before. Then, at the layman's request, he told a story of the olden time. Once upon a time, while Brahmadatta was king of Benares, the Bodhisattva came into the world as a young lion in the region of Himalaya. Of the same family there were some younger brothers and one sister, and all of them lived in a golden cave. Now hard by this cave was a cave of crystal on a silver hill, where a jackal lived. By and by the lions lost their parents by the stroke of death. Then they used to leave the lioness, their sister, behind in the cave, while they ranged for food, which when they obtained, they would bring it back for her to eat. Now the jackal had caught sight of this lioness, and fell in love with her. But while the old lion and lioness lived, he could win no access. Now, when the 7 brothers went to seek food, out he came from his crystal cave, and made all haste to the golden cave, where, taking his stand before the young lioness, he addressed her slyly with these seductive and tempting words. "O lioness, I am a 4-foot creature, and so are you. Therefore do you be my mate, and I will be your husband. We will live together in friendship and amity, and you shall love me always." Now on hearing this the lioness thought to herself, "This jackal here is mean amongst beasts, vile, and like a man of low caste. But I am esteemed to be one of royal issue. That he to me should so speak is unseemly and evil. How can I live after hearing such things said? I will hold my breath until I shall die." Then, bethinking her a while, "Nay," quoth she, "to die so would not be comely. My brothers will soon be home again. I will tell them first, and then I will put an end to myself." The jackal, finding that no answer came, felt sure she cared nothing for him. So back he went to his crystal cave, and lay down in much misery. Now one of the young lions, having killed a buffalo or an elephant or what not, himself ate some of it, and brought back a share for his sister, which he gave her, inviting her to eat. "No, brother," says she, "not a bite will I eat, for I must die." "Why must that be?" he asked, and she told him what had happened. "Where is this jackal now?" he asked. She saw him lying in the crystal cave, and thinking he was up in the sky, she said, "Why, brother, cannot you see him there on Silver Mountain, lying up in the sky?" The young lion, unaware that the jackal lay in a crystal cave, and deeming that he was truly in the sky, made a spring, as lions do, to kill him, and struck against the crystal, which burst his heart asunder, and falling to the foot of the mountain, he perished straightway. Then came in another, to whom the lioness told the same tale. This lion did even as the first, and fell dead by the mountain foot. When 6 of the brother lions had perished in this way, last of all entered the Bodhisattva. When she had told her story, he inquired where was the jackal now. "There he is," said she, "up in the sky, above Silver Mountain." The Bodhisattva thought, "Jackals lying in the sky? Nonsense. I know what it is. He is lying in a crystal cave." So he repaired to the mountain's foot, and there he saw his 6 brothers lying dead. "I see how it is," thought he. "These were all foolish and lacked the fullness of wisdom. Not knowing that this is the crystal cave, they beat their hearts out against it and were killed. This is what comes of acting in rashness without due reflection." And he repeated the first stanza, "Who rashly undertakes an enterprise, not counting all the issue may arise, like one who burns his mouth in eating food, falls victim to the plans he did devise." After repeating these lines, the lion continued, "My brothers wanted to kill this jackal, but knew not how to lay their plans cleverly. So they leapt up too quickly at him, and so came by their death. This I will not do, but I will make the jackal burst his own heart as he lies there in the crystal cave." So he espied out the path whereby the jackal used to go up and down, and turning that way he roared thrice the lion's roar, that earth and heaven together were all one great roaring. The jackal lying in the crystal cave was frightened and astounded, so that his heart burst, and he perished on the spot incontinently. The master continued, "Thus did this jackal perish on hearing the lion roar, and becoming perfectly enlightened, he repeated the second stanza. On Daddara the lion gave a roar, and made Mount Daddara resound again. Hard by a jackal lived, he feared full sore, to hear the sound, and burst his heart in twain. Thus did our lion do this jackal to death. Then he laid his brothers together in one grave, and told the sister they were dead, and comforted her. And he lived the rest of his days in the golden cave, until he passed away to the place which his merits had earned for him. When the master had ended this discourse, he revealed the truths and identified the birth. At the conclusion of the truths, the layman was established in the fruit of the first path. The barber's son of today was then the jackal. The Lichavi girl was the young lioness. The 6 younger lions are now 6 elders, and I myself am the eldest lion. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 153. Sukara Jataka. You are a 4-foot, etc. This is a story told by the master while at Jetavana, about a certain elder well stricken in years. Once, we are told, there happened to be a night service, and the master had preached standing upon a slab of the jeweled staircase at the door of his scented cell. After delivering the discourse of the blessed, he retired into his scented chamber, and the captain of the faith, saluting his master, went back to his own cell again. Mahamoggalana too retired to his cell, and after a moment's rest returned to ask the elder Sariputta a question. As he asked and asked each question, the captain of the faith made it all clear, as though he were making the moon rise in the sky. There were present the 4 classes of disciples, who sat and heard it all. Then a thought came into the mind of one aged elder. Suppose, he thought, I can puzzle Sariputta before all this crowd, by asking him some question? They will all think, what a clever fellow, and I shall gain great credit and repute. So he rose up in the crowd and stepping near to the elder, stood on one side and said, Friend Sariputta, I too have a question for you. Will you let me speak? Give me a decision in discrimination or in undiscrimination, in refutation or in acceptation, in distinction or in counter-distinction. The elder looked at him. This old man, thought he, stands within the sphere of desire still. He is empty and knows nothing. He said not a single word to him for very shame. Laying his fan down, he rose from his seat and returned to his cell. And elder Moggallana likewise returned to his cell. The bystanders jumped up, crying, Seize this wicked old fellow, who wouldn't let us hear the sweet words of the sermon. And they mobbed him. Off he ran, and fell through a hole in the corner of a cesspool just outside the monastery. When he got up he was all over filth. When the people saw him they felt sorry for it and won away to the master. He asked, Why have you come at this unseasonable hour, layman? They told him what had happened. Layman, said he, this is not the only time this old man has been pulled up, and not knowing his own power, pitted himself against the strong, only to be covered all over with filth. Long, long ago he knew not his powers, pitted himself against the strong, and was covered with filth as he is covered now. Then, at their request, he told them a story of the olden time. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was king of Benares, the Bodhisattva was a lion who dwelt in a mountain cave in the Himalayas. Hard by were a multitude of boars, living by a lakeside, and beside the same lake lived a company of anchorites in huts made of leaves and the branches of trees. One day it so happened that the lion had brought down a buffalo or elephant or some such game, and, after eating what he listed, he went down to drink at this lake. Just as he came out, a sturdy boar happened to be feeding by the side of the water. He'll make a meal for me some other day, thought the lion, but fearing that if the boar saw him, he might never come there again. The lion, as he came up out of the water, slunk away to the side. This the boar saw, and at once the thought came into his mind, This is because he has seen me and is afraid. He dare not come nigh me, and off he runs for fear. This day shall see a fight between me and a lion. So he raised his head, and made challenge against the lion in the first stanza. You are a 4-foot, so am I. Thus, friend, we're both alike, you see. Turn, lion, turn. Are you afraid? Why do you run away from me? The lion gave ear. Friend boar, he said, today there will be no fight between you and me, but this day week let us fight it out in this very spot. And with these words he departed. The boar was highly delighted in thinking how he was to fight a lion, and he told all his kith and kin about it. But the tale only terrified them. You will be the bane of us all, they said, and yourself to boot. You know not what you can do, or you would not be so eager to do battle with a lion. When the lion comes, he'll be the death of you and all of us as well. Do not be so violent. These words made the boar fear on his part. What am I to do then? He asked. Then the other roars advised him to roll about in the anchorites' dunghill for the next 7 days, and let the muck dry on his body. Then on the 7th day he should moisten himself with dewdrops, and be first at the trysting place. The must find how the wind should lie and get to the windward, and the lion, being a cleanly creature, would spare his life when he had a whiff of him. So accordingly he did. And on the day appointed there he was. No sooner had the lion scented him, and smelt the filth, says he, "Friend boar, a pretty trick this, were you not all besmeared with filth. I should have had your life this very day. But as it is, bite you I cannot, nor so much as touch you with my foot. Therefore I spare your life." And then he repeated the second stanza. "O dirty boar, your hide is foul, the stench is horrible to me. If you would fight I yield me quite, and own you have the victory." Then the lion turned away and procured his day's food. And anon, after a drink at the lake, he went back again to his cave on the mountain. And the boar told his kindred how he had beaten the lion. But they were terrified for fear the lion should come again another day and be the death of them all. So they ran away and betook them to some other place. When the master had ended this discourse, he identified the birth. "The boar of those days is now the ancient elder, and I myself was the lion." Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 154. Uraga Jataka. Concealed within a stone, etc. This story the master told at Jetavana, about a soldier's quarrel. Tradition tells how two soldiers, in the service of the king of Kosala, of high rank, and great persons at court, no sooner caught sight of one another than they used to fall at ill words. Neither king, nor friends, nor kinsfolk could make them agree. It happened one day that early in the morning the master, looking around to see which of his friends were ripe for release, perceived that these two were ready to enter upon the first path. Next day he went all alone seeking alms in Savatthi, and stopped before the door of one of them, who came out and took the master's bowl. Then led him within and offered him a seat. The master sat, and then enlarged on the profit of cultivating loving kindness. When he saw the man's mind was ready, he declared the truths. This done, the other was established in the fruit of the first path. Seeing this, the master persuaded him to take the bowl. Then rising he proceeded to the house of the other. Out came the other, and after salutation given, begged the master to enter and gave him a seat. He also took the master's bowl, and entered along with him. To him the master lauded the 11 blessings of loving kindness, and perceiving that his heart was ready, declared the truths. And this done, he too became established in the fruit of the first path. Thus they were both converted. They confessed their faults one to the other, and asked forgiveness. Peaceful and harmonious they were at one together. That very same day they ate together in the presence of the Blessed One. His meal over, the master returned to the monastery. They both returned with him, bearing a rich present of flowers, scents and perfumes, of ghee, honey, and sugar. The master, having preached of duty before the brotherhood, and uttered a Buddha's admonition, retired to his scented chamber. Next morning, the brethren talked the matter over in the Hall of Truth. "Friend," one would say to another, "our master subdues the unsubdued. Why, here are these two grand persons, who have been quarreling all this time, and could not be reconciled by the king himself, or friends and kinsfolk. And the master has humbled them in a single day." The master came in. "What are you talking about?" asked he. "As you sit here together?" They told him. Said he, "Brethren, this is not the first time that I have reconciled these two. In bygone ages I reconciled the same two persons." And he told a story of the olden time. Once on a time, while Brahmadatta was king of Benares, a great multitude gathered together in Benares to keep festival. Crowds of men and of gods, of serpents and gorillas, came together to see the meeting. It so happened that in one spot a serpent and a gorilla were watching the goings-on together. The serpent, not noticing that this was a gorilla beside him, laid a hand on his shoulder. And when the gorilla turned and looked round to see whose hand had been laid upon his shoulder, he saw the serpent. The serpent looked too, and saw that this was a gorilla. And frightened to death, he flew off over the surface of a river. The gorilla gave chase to catch him. Now the Bodhisattva was a recluse, and lived in a leaf hut on the river bank. At that time he was trying to keep off the sun's heat by putting on a wet cloth and doffing his garment of bark, and he was bathing in the river. "I will make this recluse," thought the serpent, "the means of saving my life." Putting off his own proper shape, and assuming the form of a fine jewel, he fixed himself upon the bark garment. The Garrula in full pursuit saw where he had gone, but for very reverence he would not touch the garment. So he thus addressed the Bodhisattva, "Sir, I am hungry. Look at your bark garment. In it there is a serpent which I desire to eat." And to make the matter clear, he repeated the first stanza. "Concealed within a stone this wretched snake has taken harborage for safety's sake. And yet, in reverence of your holiness, though I am hungry, yet I will not take." Standing where he was in the water, the Bodhisattva said the second stanza in praise of the Garrula king. "Live long, preserved by Brahma, though pursued, and may you never lack for heavenly food. Do not, in reverence of my holiness, do not devour him, though in hungry mood." In these words the Bodhisattva expressed his approval, standing there in the water. Then he came out and put on his bark garment, and took both creatures with him to his hermitage, where he rehearsed the blessings of loving-kindness until they were both at one. Thenceforward they lived together happily in peace and harmony. When the master had ended this discourse, he identified the birth, saying, "In those days the two great personages were the serpent and the Garrula, and I myself was the recluse." Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 155. Gagga Jataka. Gagga, live 100 years, etc. This story the master told when he was staying in the monastery made by King Pasenadi in front of Jetavana. It was about a sneeze which he gave. One day, we are told, as the master sat discoursing with 4 persons round him, he sneezed. "Long life to the Blessed One, long life to the Buddha." The brothers all cried aloud and made a great to-do. The noise interrupted the discourse. Then the master said to the brethren, "Why, brothers, if one cry 'long life' on hearing a sneeze, does a man live or die any the more for that?" They answered, "No, no, sir." He went on, "You should not cry 'long life' for a sneeze, brethren. Whosoever does so is guilty of sin." It is said that at that time, when the brethren sneezed, people used to call out, "Long life to you, sir." But the brethren had their scruples and made no answer. Everybody was annoyed and asked, "Pray, why is it that the priests about Buddha the Sakya prince make no answer when they sneeze and somebody or other wishes them long life?" All this was told to the Blessed One. He said, "Brethren, common folk are superstitious. When you sneeze and they say, 'Long life to you, sir,' I permit you to answer, 'The same to you.'" Then the brethren asked him, "Sir, when did people begin to answer 'long life' by 'the same to you'?" Said the master, "That was long, long ago." And he told them a tale of the olden time. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was king of Benares, the Bodhisattva came into the world as a Brahmin's son of the kingdom of Kasi, and his father was a lawyer by calling. When the lad was 16 years old or so, his father gave a fine jewel into his charge, and they both traveled through town after town, village after village, until they came to Benares. There the man had a meal cooked in the gatekeeper's house, and as he could find nowhere to put up, he asked where there was lodging to be had for wayfarers who came too late. The people told him that there was a building outside the city, but that it was haunted. But however he might lodge there if he liked. Says the lad to his father, "Have no fear of any goblin, father. I will subdue him and bring him to your feet." So he persuaded his father, and they went to the place together. The father lay down upon a bench, and his son sat beside him, chafing his feet. Now the goblin that haunted the place had received it for 12 years' service of Vesavana, on these terms, that if any man who entered it should sneeze, and when long life was wished him, should answer, "Long life to you," or "The same to you," all except these the goblin had a right to eat. The goblin lived upon the central rafter of the hut. He determined to make the father of the Bodhisattva sneeze. Accordingly, by his magic power he raised a cloud of fine dust, which entered the man's nostrils. and as he lay on the bench he sneezed. The son did not cry, "Long life!" and down came the goblin from his perch, ready to devour his victim. But the Bodhisattva saw him descend, and then these thoughts passed through his mind. Doubtless it is he who made my father sneeze. This must be a goblin that eats all who do not say, "Long life to you." And addressing his father, he repeated the first verse as follows. "Gagga, live 100 years. I and 20 more, I pray. May no goblin eat you up. Live 100 years, I say." The goblin thought, "This one I cannot eat because he said, 'Long life to you,' but I shall eat his father." And he came close to the father. But the man divined the truth of the matter. "This must be a goblin," thought he, "who eats all who do not reply, 'Long life to you too.'" And so addressing his son, he repeated the second verse. "You too live 100 years. I and 20 more, I pray. Poison be the goblin's food. Live 100 years, I say." The goblin, hearing these words, turned away, thinking, "Neither of these is for me to eat." But the Bodhisattva put a question to him. "Come, goblin, how is it you eat the people who enter this building? I earned the right for 12 years' service of Vesavana. What, are you allowed to eat everybody? All except those who say the same to you when another wishes them long life." "Goblin," said the lad, "you have done some wickedness in former lives, which has caused you to be born now fierce and cruel and a bane to others. If you do the same kind of thing now, you will pass from darkness to darkness. Therefore from this time forth abstain from such things as taking life." With these words he humbled the goblin, scared him with fear of hell, established him in the 5 precepts, and made him as obedient as an errand boy. Next day, when the people came and saw the goblin, and learnt how that the Bodhisattva had subdued him, they went and told the king, "My lord, some man has subdued the goblin, and made him as obedient as an errand boy." So the king sent for him and raised him to be commander-in-chief, while he heaped honors upon the father. Having made the goblin a tax-gatherer, and established him in the Bodhisattva's precepts, after giving alms and doing good, he departed to swell the hosts of heaven. When the master had ended this story, which he told to explain when the custom first arose of answering long life by the same to you, he identified the birth. In those days Ananda was the king, Kassapa the father, and I myself was the lad his son. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 156. Alinacitta Jataka. Prince Winheart once upon a time, etc. This story the master told at Jetavana, about a faint-hearted brother. The circumstances will be set forth in the Samvara birth in the 11th book. When the master asked this brother if he really were faint-hearted, as was said, he replied, "Yes, blessed one." To which the master said, "What, brother? In former days did you not gain supremacy over the kingdom of Benares, 12 leagues either way, and give it to a baby boy like a lump of flesh and nothing more, and all this just by perseverance? And now that you have embraced this great salvation, are you to lose heart and faint?" And he told a story of olden days. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was king of Benares, there was a village of carpenters not far from the city, in which 500 carpenters lived. They would go up the river in a vessel and enter the forest, where they would shape beams and planks for house building, and put together the framework of 1-story or 2-story houses, numbering all the pieces from the main post onwards. These then they brought down to the river bank and put them all aboard. Then rowing downstream again, they would build houses to order as it was required of them. After which, when they received their wage, they went back again for more materials for the building, and in this way they made their livelihood. Once it befell that in a place where they were at work in shaping timbers, a certain elephant trod upon a splinter of acacia wood, which pierced his foot, and caused it to swell up and fester, and he was in great pain. In his agony he caught the sound of these carpenters cutting wood. "There are some carpenters will cure me," thought he, and limping on 3 feet, he presented himself before them, and lay down close by. The carpenters, noticing his swollen foot, went up and looked. There was the splinter sticking in it. With a sharp tool they made incision about the splinter, and tying a string to it, pulled it right out. Then they lanced the gathering, and washed it with warm water, and doctored it properly. and in a very short time the wound was healed. Grateful for this cure, the elephant thought, "My life has been saved by the help of these carpenters. Now I must make myself useful to them." So ever after that, he used to pull up trees for them, or when they were chopping he would roll up the logs, or bring them their adzes and any tools they might want, holding everything in his trunk like grim death. And the carpenters, when it was time to feed him, used to bring him each a portion of food, so that he had 500 portions in all. Now this elephant had a young one, white all over, a magnificent high-bred creature. The elephant reflected that he was now old, and he had better bring his young one to serve the carpenters, and himself be left free to go. So without a word to the carpenters he went off into the wood, and brought his son to them, saying, "This young elephant is a son of mine. You saved my life, and I give him to you as a fee for your leechcraft. From henceforward he shall work for you." So he explained to the young elephant that it was his duty to do the work which he had been used to do himself, and then went away into the forest, leaving him with the carpenters. So after that time the young elephant did all their work, faithfully and obediently, and they fed him as they had fed the other, with 500 portions for a meal. His work once done, the elephant would go play about in the river, and then return again. The carpenter's children used to pull him by the trunk, and play all sorts of pranks with him in water and out. Now noble creatures, be they elephants, horses, or men, never dung or stale in the water. So this elephant did nothing of the kind when he was in the water, but waited until he came out upon the bank. One day, rain had fallen up river, and by the flood a half-dry cake of his dung was carried into the river. This floated down to the Benares landing place, where it stuck fast in a bush. Just then the king's elephant keepers had brought down 500 elephants to give them a bath. But the creatures scented this soil of a noble animal, and not one would enter the water. Up went their tails and off they all ran. The keepers told this to the elephant trainers, who replied, "There must be something in the water then." So orders were given to cleanse the water, and there in the bushes this lump was seen. "That's what the matter is," cried the men. So they brought a jar and filled it with water. Next, powdering the stuff into it, they sprinkled the water over the elephants, whose bodies then became sweet. At once they went down into the river and bathed. When the trainers made their report to the king, they advised him to secure the elephant for his own use and profit. The king accordingly embarked upon a raft, and rowed upstream until he arrived at the place where the carpenters had settled. The young elephant, hearing the sound of drums as he was playing in the water, came out and presented himself before the carpenters, who one and all came forth to do honor to the king's coming, and said to him, "Sire, if woodwork is wanted, what need to come here? Why not send and have it brought to you?" "No, no, good friends," the king answered. "'Tis not for wood that I come, but for this elephant here. He is yours, sire." But the elephant refused to budge. "What do you want me to do, gossip elephant?" asked the king. "Order the carpenters to be paid for what they have spent on me, sire." "Willingly, friend." And the king ordered 100,000 pieces of money to be laid by his tail and trunk, and by each of his 4 feet. But this was not enough for the elephant. Go he would not. So to each of the carpenters was given a pair of cloths, and to each of their wives robes to dress in, nor did he omit to give enough whereby his playmates the children should be brought up. Then with a last look upon the carpenters and the women and the children, he departed in company with the king. To his capital city the king brought him, and city and stable were decked out with all magnificence. He led the elephant round the city in solemn procession, and thence into his stable, which was fitted up with splendor and pomp. There he solemnly sprinkled the elephant, and appointed him for his own riding. Like a comrade he treated him, and gave him the half of his kingdom, taking as much care of him as he did of himself. After the coming of this elephant, the king won supremacy over all India. In course of time the Bodhisattva was conceived by the queen consort, and when her time was near come to be delivered, the king died. Now if the elephant learnt news of the king's death, he was sure to break his heart. So he was waited upon as before, and not a word said. But the next neighbor, the king of Kosala, heard of the king's death. "Surely the land is at my mercy," thought he, and marched with a mighty host to the city, and beleaguered it. Straight the gates were closed, and a message was sent to the king of Kosala. Our queen is near the time of her delivery, and the astrologers have declared that in 7 days she shall bear a son. If she bears a son, we will not yield the kingdom, but on the 7th day we will give you battle. For so long we pray you wait. And to this the king agreed. In 7 days the queen bore a son. On his name day they called him Prince Winheart because, said they, he was born to win the hearts of the people. On the very same day that he was born, the townsfolk began to do battle with the king of Kosala. But as they had no leader, little by little the army gave way, great though it was. The courtiers told this news to the queen, adding, "Since our army loses ground in this way, we fear defeat. But the state elephant, our king's bosom friend, has never been told that the king is dead, and a son born to him, and that the king of Kosala is here to give us battle. Shall we tell him?" "Yes, do so," said the queen. So she dressed up her son, and laid him in a fine linen cloth, after which she with all the court came down from the palace and entered the elephant's stable. There she laid the babe at the elephant's feet, saying, "Master, your comrade is dead, but we feared to tell it you lest you might break your heart. This is your comrade's son. The king of Kosala has run a leaguer about the city, and is making war upon your son. The army is losing ground. Either kill your son yourself, or else win the kingdom back for him." At once the elephant stroked the child with his trunk, and lifted him upon his own head. Then making moan and lamentation he took Highs down and laid him in his mother's arms, and with the words, "I will master the king of Kosala," he went forth hastily. Then the courtiers put his armor and caparison upon him, and unlocked the city gate, and escorted him thither. The elephant emerging trumpeted, and frightened all the host so that they ran away, and broke up the camp. Then seizing the king of Kosala by his topknot, he carried him to the young prince, at whose feet he let him fall. Some rose to kill him, but them the elephant stayed, and he let the captive king go with this advice: "Be careful for the future, and be not presumptuous by reason that our prince is young." After that, the power over all India fell into the Bodhisattva's own hand, and not a foe was able to rise up against him. The Bodhisattva was consecrated at the age of 7 years, as King Winheart. Just was his reign, and when he came to life's end he went to swell the hosts of heaven. When the master had ended this discourse, having become perfectly enlightened, he repeated this couple of verses. Prince Winheart took King Kosala ill-pleased with all he had. By capturing the greedy king, he made his people glad. So any brother, strong in will, who to the refuge flies, who cherishes all good and goes the way nirvana lies, by slow degrees will bring about destruction of all ties. And so the master, bringing his teaching to a climax in the eternal nirvana, went on to declare the truths, and then identified the birth. After the truths, this backsliding brother was established in sainthood. She who now is Mahamaya was then the mother. This backslider was the elephant who took the kingdom and handed it over to the child. Sariputta was the father elephant, and I myself was the young prince. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 157. Guna Jataka. The strong will always have their way, etc. This was told by the master whilst at Jetavana how elder Amanda received a present of 1,000 robes. The elder had been preaching to the ladies of the king of Kosala's palace as described above in the Mahasara birth. As he preached there in the manner described, 1,000 robes, worth each 1,000 pieces of money, were brought to the king. Of these the king gave 500 to as many of his queens. The ladies put these aside and made them a present to our elder, and then the next day in their old ones went to the palace where the king took breakfast. The king remarked, "I gave you dresses worth 1,000 pieces each. Why are you not wearing them?" "My lord," said they, "we have given them to the elder." "Has Elder Ananda got them all?" he asked. They said yes, he had. "The Supreme Buddha," said he, "allows only 3 robes. Ananda is doing a little trade in cloth, I suppose." He was angry with the elder, and after breakfast visited him in his cell, and after greeting sat down with these words, "Pray, sir, do my ladies learn or listen to your preaching?" "Yes, sire. They learn what they ought, and what they ought to hear they hear." "Oh, indeed. Do they only listen? or do they make you presents of upper garments or undergarments? Today, sire, they have given me 500 robes worth 1,000 pieces each. And you accepted them, sir? Yes, sire, I did. Why, sir? Didn't the master make some rule about 3 robes? True, sire, for every brother 3 robes is the rule, speaking of what he uses for himself. But no one is forbidden to accept what is offered, and that is why I took them, to give them to brothers whose robes are worn out. But when these brothers get them from you, what do they do with their old ones? Make them into a cloak. And what about the old cloak? That they turn into a shirt. And the old shirt? That serves for a coverlet. The old coverlet becomes a mat. The old mat, a towel. And what about the old towel? Sire, it is not permitted to waste the gifts of the faithful. So they chop up the old towel into bits, and mix the bits with clay, which they use for mortar in building their houses. A gift, sir, ought not to be destroyed, not even a towel. Well, Sir King, we destroy no gifts, but all are used somehow. This conversation pleased the king so much, that he sent for the other 500 dresses which remained, and gave them to the elder. Then, after receiving his thanks, he greeted the elder in solemn state, and went his way. The elder gave the first 500 robes to brothers whose robes were worn out. But the number of his fellow priests was just 500. One of these, a young brother, was very useful to the elder, sweeping out his cell, serving him with food and drink, giving him toothbrush and water for cleansing his mouth, looking after the privies, living rooms, and sleeping rooms, and doing all that was needed for hand, foot, or back. To him, as his by right for all his great service, the elder gave all the 500 robes which he had received afterwards. The young brother, in his turn, distributed them among his fellow students. These all cut them up, dyed then yellow as a Conachara flower. Then dressed therein they waited upon the master, greeted him, and sat down on one side. Sir, they asked, is it possible for a holy disciple who has entered on the first path to be a respecter of persons in his gifts? No, brothers, it is not possible for holy disciples to be respecters of persons in their gifts. Sir, our spiritual teacher, the treasurer of the faith, gave 500 robes, each worth 1,000 pieces, to a young brother, and he has divided them amongst us. Brothers, in giving these Ananda was no respecter of persons. That young fellow was a very useful servant. So he made the present to his own attendant for service sake, for goodness sake, and by right, thinking that one good turn deserves another, and with a wish to do what gratitude demands. In former days, as now, wise men acted the told principle, a story one good, the olden deserves another. And then, at their request, he told them a story of the olden time. Once upon a time, while Brahmadatta was king of Benares, the Bodhisattva was a lion living in a cave on the hills. One day he came out from his lair and looked towards the mountain foot. Now all round the foot of that mountain stretched a great piece of water. Upon some ground that ease out of this was a quantity of soft green grass, growing on the thick mud, and over this mud ran rabbits and deer and such light creatures, eating of the grass. On that day, as usual, there was a deer eating grass upon it. I'll have that deer, thought the lion, and with a lion's leap he sprang from the hillside towards it. But the deer, frightened to death, scampered away belling. The lion could not stop his onset. Down on the mud he fell and sank in, so that he could not get out, and there he remained 7 days, his feet fixed like 4 posts, with not a morsel to eat. Then a jackal, hunting for food, chanced to see him, and set off running in high terror. But the lion called out to him, I say, jackal, don't run. Here am I, caught fast in the mud. Please save me. Up came the jackal. I could pull you out, says he, but I much fear that once out you might eat me. Fear nothing, I won't eat you, says the lion. On the contrary, I'll do you great service. Only get me out somehow. The jackal, accepting this promise, worked away the mud around his 4 feet, and the holes wherein his 4 feet were fixed he dug further towards the water. Then the water ran in and made the mud soft. Then he got underneath the lion, saying, Now, sir, one great effort. Making a loud noise and striking the lion's belly with his head. The lion strained every nerve and scrambled out of the mud. He stood on dry land. After a moment's rest, he plunged in the lake and washed and scoured the mud from him. Then he killed a buffalo, and with his fangs tore up its flesh, of which he proffered some to the jackal, saying, "Eat, comrade!" And himself after the jackal had done did eat too. After this, the jackal took a piece in his mouth. "What's that for?" the lion asked. "For your humble servant my mate, who awaits me at home." "All right," says the lion, taking a bit for his own mate. "Come, comrade," says he again. "Let us stay a while on the mountain top and then go to the lady's house." So there they went, and the lion fed the she-jackal. And after they were both satisfied, said he, "Now I am going to take care of you." So he conducted them to the place where he dwelt, and settled them in a cave near to the entrance of his own. Ever after that, he and the jackal used to go a-hunting together, leaving their mates behind. All kinds of creatures they would kill and eat to their heart's content, and then bring back some for the two others. And as time went on, the she-jackal and the lioness had each 2 cubs, and they all lived happily together. One day, a sudden thought struck the lioness. "My lion seems very fond of the jackal and his mate and young ones. What if there be something wrong between them? That must be the cause why he is so fond of them, I suppose. Well, I will plague her and frighten her, and get her away from this place." So when the lion and the jackal were away on the hunt, she plagued and terrified the jackal's mate, asking her why she stayed there, why she did not run away, and her cubs frightened the young jackals after the same fashion. The she-jackal told her mate what had been said. "It is clear," said she, "that the lion must have dropped a hint about us. We have been here a long time, and now he will be the death of us. Let us go back to the place where we lived before." On hearing this, the jackal approached the lion with these words, "Master, we have been here a long time. Those who stay too long outstay their welcome. While we are away, your lioness scolds and terrifies nay mate, by asking why she stays and telling her to be gone. Your young ones do the same to mine. If anyone does not like a neighbor, he should just bid him go, and send him about his business. What is the use of all this plaguing?" So saying, he repeated the first stanza. "The strong will always have their way. It is their nature so to do. Your mate roars loud, and now I say I fear what once I trusted to." The lion listened. Then turning to his lioness, "Wife," said he, "you remember how once I was out hunting for a week, and then brought back this jackal and his mate with me?" "Yes, I remember." "Well, do you know why I stayed away all that week?" "No, sir." "My wife, in trying to catch a deer, I made a mistake and stuck fast in the mud. There I stayed, for I could not get out, a whole week without food. My life was saved by this jackal. This my friend saved my life. A friend in need is a friend indeed, be he great or small. Never again must you put a slight upon my comrade, or his wife or his family." And then the lion repeated the second stanza. "A friend who plays a friendly part, however small and weak he be, he is my kinsman and my flesh and blood, a friend and comrade he. Despise him not, my sharp-fanged mate. This jackal saved nay life for me." The lioness, when she heard this tale, made her peace with the jackal's mate, and ever after lived at amity with her and her young ones. And the young of the 2 pairs played together in their early days, and when the parents died, they did not break the bond of friendship, but lived happily together as the old ones had lived before them. Indeed, the friendship remained unbroken through 7 generations. When the master had ended this discourse, he declared the truths and identified the birth. At the end of the truths, some entered on the first path, some on the second, some on the third, and some the fourth. Ananda was the jackal in those days, and the lion was I myself. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 158. Suhana Jataka. Birds of a feather, etc. This story the master told whilst at Jetavana, about 2 hot-tempered brothers. It happened that there were 2 brothers, passionate, cruel, and violent, one living at Jetavana and one in the country. Once the country brother came to Jetavana on some errand or other. The novices and young brothers knew the passionate nature of this man. So they led him to the cell of the other, all agog to see them quarrel. No sooner did they spy one another, those two hot-tempered men, than they ran into each other's arms, stroking and caressing hands and feet and back. The brothers talked about it in the hall of truth. Friend, these passionate brothers are cross, cruel, angry to everybody else. But with each other they are the best of friends, cordial and sympathetic. The master came in, asking what they sat there talking about. They told him, said he, "This, brothers, is not the only time that these men, who are cross, cruel, and angry to all else, have shown themselves cordial and friendly and sympathetic to each other. It happened just so in olden days." And so saying, he told an old-world tale. Once upon a time when Brahmadatta was king of Benares, the Bodhisattva was his do-all, a courtier who advised him on things temporal and things spiritual. Now this king was of a somewhat covetous nature, and he had a brute of a horse named Mahasona or Big Chestnut. Some horse dealers from the north country brought down 500 horses, and word was sent to the king that these horses had arrived. Now heretofore the Bodhisattva had always asked the dealers to fix their own price, and then paid it in full. But now the king, being displeased with him, summoned another of his court, to whom he said, "Friend, make the men name their price. Then let loose Big Chestnut so that he goes amongst them. Make him bite them, and when they are weak and wounded get the men to reduce their price." "Certainly," said the man, and so he did. The dealers in great dudgeon told the Bodhisattva what this horse had done. "Have you not such another brute in your own city?" asked the Bodhisattva. "Yes," they said, "there was one named Suhanu, Strong-Jaw, and a fierce and savage brute he was." "Bring him with you the next time you come," the Bodhisattva said, and this they promised to do. So the next time they came this brute came with them. The king, on hearing how the horse dealers had arrived, opened his window to look at the horses, and caused Chestnut to be let loose. Then as the dealers saw Chestnut coming, they let Strong-Jaw loose. No sooner had the two met, than they stood still licking each other all over. The king asked the Bodhisattva how it was. "Friend," said he, "when these two rogue horses come across others, they are fierce, wild, and savage. They bite them and make them ill. But with each other, there they stand, licking one another all over the body. What's the reason of this?" "The reason is," said the Bodhisattva, "that they are not dissimilar, but like in nature and character." And he repeated this couple of verses. "Birds of a feather flock together. Chestnut and Strong-Jaw both agree. In scope and aim both are the same. There is no difference I can see. Both savage are and vicious both. Both always bite their tether. So sin with sin, and vice with vice, must e'en agree together." Then the Bodhisattva went on to warn the king against excessive covetise, and the spoiling of other men's goods, and fixing the value, he made him pay the proper price. The dealers received the due value and went away well satisfied, and the king, abiding by the Bodhisattva's admonition, at last passed away to fare according to his deeds. When the master had ended this discourse, he identified the birth. The bad brothers were then these two horses. Ananda was the king, and I was the wise counselor. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 159. Mora Jataka. There he rises, king all-seeing, etc. This story the master told at Jetavana about a backsliding brother. This brother was led by some others before the master, who asked, "Is it true, brother, as I hear, that you have backslidden?" "Yes, sir." "What have you seen that should make you do so?" "A woman dressed up in magnificent attire." Then said the master, "What wonder that womankind should trouble the wits of a man like you? Even wise men, who for 700 years have done no sin, on hearing a woman's voice have transgressed in a moment. Even the holy become impure. Even they who have attained the highest honor have thus come to disgrace. How much more the unholy?" And he told a story of the olden time. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was king of Benares, the Bodhisattva came into this world as a peacock. The egg which contained him had a shell as yellow as a Kanakara bud. And when he broke the shell, he became a golden peacock, fair and lovely, with beautiful red lines under his wings. To preserve his life, he traversed 3 ranges of hills, and in the 4th he settled on a plateau of a golden hill in Dandaka. When day dawned, as he sat upon the hill, watching the sun rise, he composed a Brahma spell to preserve himself safe in his own feeding ground, the charm beginning, "There he rises, King all-seeing, making all things bright with his golden light. Thee I worship, glorious being, making all things bright with thy golden light. Keep me safe, I pray, through the coming day." Worshipping the sun on this wise by the verse here recited, he repeats another in worship of the Buddhas who have passed away, and all their virtues. All saints, the righteous, wise in holy lore, these do I honor, and their aid implore. All honor to the wise, to wisdom honor be, to freedom, and to all that freedom has made free. Uttering this charm to keep himself from harm, the peacock went a-feeding. So after flying about all day, he came back at even and sat o'er the hilltop to see the sun go down. Then as he meditated, he uttered another spell to preserve himself and keep off evil, the one beginning, "There he sets, the King all-seeing, he that makes all bright with his golden light. Thee I worship, glorious being, making all things bright with thy golden light. Through the night as through the day, keep me safe, I pray. All saints, the righteous, wise in holy lore, these do I honor and their aid implore. All honor to the wise, to wisdom honor be, to freedom, and to all that freedom has made free." Uttering this charm to keep himself from harm, the peacock fell a-sleeping. Now there was a savage who lived in a certain village of wild huntsmen, near Benares. Wandering about among the Himalaya hills, he noticed the Bodhisattva perched upon the golden hill of Dandaka, and told it to his son. It so befell that on a day one of the wives of the king of Benares, Khema by name, saw in a dream a golden peacock holding a religious discourse. This she told to the king, saying that she longed to hear the discourse of the golden peacock. The king asked his courtiers about it, and the courtiers said, "The Brahmins will be sure to know." The Brahmins said, "Yes, there are golden peacocks." When asked where, they replied, "The hunters will be sure to know." The king called the hunters together and asked them. Then this hunter answered, "O Lord King, there is a golden hill in Dandaka, and there a golden peacock lives. Then bring it here. Kill it not, but just take it alive." The hunter set snares in the peacock's feeding ground. But even when the peacock stepped upon it, the snare would not close. This the hunter tried for 7 years, but catch him he could not, and there he died. And Queen Khema too died without obtaining her wish. The king was wroth because his queen had died for the sake of a peacock. He caused an inscription to be made upon a golden plate to this effect: "Among the Himalaya mountains is a golden hill in Dandaka. There lives a golden peacock, and whoso eats of its flesh becomes ever young and immortal." This he enclosed in a casket. After his death, the next king read this inscription, and thought he, "I will become ever young and immortal." So he sent another hunter. Like the first, this hunter failed to capture the peacock and died in the quest. In the same way, the kingdom was ruled by 6 successive kings. Then a 7th arose, who also sent forth a hunter. The hunter observed that when the golden peacock came into the snare, it did not shut to, and also that he recited a charm before setting out in search of food. Off he went to the marches and caught a peahen, which he trained to dance when he clapped his hands, and at snap of finger to utter her cry. Then, taking her along with him, he set the snare, fixing its uprights in the ground, early in the morning, before the peacock had recited his charm. Then he made the peahen utter a cry. This unwanted sound, the female's note, woke desire in the peacock's breast. Leaving his charm unsaid, he came towards her, and was caught in the net. Then the hunter took hold of him and conveyed him to the king of Benares. The king was delighted at the peacock's beauty, and ordered a seat to be placed for him. Sitting on the proffered seat, the Bodhisattva asked, "Why did you have me caught, O king?" because they say all that eat of you become immortal and have eternal youth. So I wish to gain youth eternal and immortality by eating of you, said the king. So be it. Granted that all who eat of me become immortal and have eternal youth. But that means that I must die. Of course it does, said the king. Well, and if I die, how can my flesh give immortality to those that eat of it? Your color is golden. Therefore, so it is said, those who eat your flesh become young and live so forever. Sir, replied the bird, there is a very good reason for my golden color. Long ago, I held imperial sway over the whole world, reigning in this very city. I kept the 5 commandments, and made all people of the world keep the same. For that I was born again after death in the world of the 33 archangels. There I lived out my life, but in my next birth I became a peacock in consequence of some sin. However, golden I became because I had aforetime kept the commandments. What? Incredible! You an imperial ruler, who kept the commandments. Born gold-colored as the fruit of them. A proof, prithee. I have one, sire. What is it? Well, sire, when I was monarch, I used to pass through mid-air seated in a jeweled car, which now lies buried in the earth beneath the waters of the royal lake. Dig it up from beneath the lake, and that shall be my proof. The king approved the plan. He caused the lake to be drained, and dug out the chariot and believed the Bodhisattva. Then the Bodhisattva addressed him thus, Sire, except nirvana, which is everlasting, all things else, being composite in their nature, are unsubstantial, transient, and subject to living and death. Discoursing on this theme, he established the king in keeping of the commandments. Peace filled the king's heart. He bestowed his kingdom upon the Bodhisattva, and showed him the highest respect. The Bodhisattva returned the gift, and after a few days' sojourn, he rose up in the air, and flew back to the golden hill of Dandaka, with a parting word of advice. O king, be careful. And the king on his part clave to the Bodhisattva's advice, and after giving alms and doing good, passed away to fare according to his deeds. This discourse ended, the master declared the truths and identified the birth. Now after the truths the backsliding brother became a saint. Ananda was the king of those days, and I myself was the golden peacock. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 160. Vinila Jataka. As yonder king goes galloping, etc. This story the master told during a sojourn in Velluvana, how Devdatta imitated the Buddha. The 2 chief disciples went to visit Gayasisa, where Devdatta imitated the Buddha and fell. The elders then both returned after delivering a discourse, taking with them their own pupils. On arriving at Velluvana, the master asked them what Devdatta had done when he saw them. Sir, they said, he imitated the Buddha and was utterly destroyed. The master answered, it is not only now, Sariputta, that Devdatta came to dire destruction by mimicking me. It was just the same before. Then, at the elder's request, he told an old world tale. Once upon a time, when Videha was reigning at Mithila in the realm of Videha, the Bodhisattva became a son of his queen consort. He grew up in due course and was educated at Takasila, and on his father's decease he inherited his kingdom. At that time a certain king of the golden geese paired with a crow at the feeding grounds, and to them was born a son. He was like neither mother nor father. All dingy blue-black he was, and accordingly they gave him Dingy to his name. The goose king often visited his offspring, and he had besides 2 other sons, geese like himself. These remarked that he often used to go to the regions where mankind do frequent, and asked him what should be the reason. My sons, said he, I have a mate there, a crow, and she has given me a son whose name is Dingy. He it is I go to visit. Where do they live? They asked. On a palm top near Mithila in the kingdom of Videha, describing the spot. Father, said they, where men are, there is fear and peril. You ought not to go there. Let us go and fetch him to you. So they took a stick and perched Dingy upon it. Then catching the ends in their beaks, they flew over the city of Mithila. At that moment King Videha chanced to be sitting in a magnificent carriage drawn by a team of 4 milk-white thoroughbreds. As he made a triumphal circuit of the city, Dingy saw him and thought what is the difference between King Videha and me? He is riding in state around his capital in a chariot drawn by 4 white horses, and I am carried in a vehicle drawn by a pair of geese. So as he passed through the air, he repeated the first stanza. As yonder king goes galloping with his milk-white 4 in hand, Dingy has these, his pair of geese, to bear him over the land. These words made the geese angry. Their first thought was, let us drop him here and leave him, but then again they bethought them, what will our father say? So for fear of rebuke, they brought the creature to their father, and recounted all that he had done. The father grew angry when he heard it. What? Said he. Are you my son's superior, that you make yourself master over them, and treat them like horses in a carriage? You don't know your measure. This is no place for you. Get you back to your mother. And with this censure he repeated the second stanza. Dingy, my dear, there's danger here. This is no place for you. By village gates your mother waits. There you must hasten to. With this censure, he bade his sons convey the bird to the dunghill outside the city of Mithila. And so they did. This lesson ended, the master identified the birth. Devdatta in those days was Dingy, the 2 elders were the 2 young geese, Ananda was the father goose, and I was King Videha myself. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 161. Indasamanagotta Jataka. Friendship with Evil, etc. This is a story told by the master while at Jetavana, about a headstrong person, and the circumstances will be found in the vulture birth of the 9th book. The master said to this brother, in olden days as now, you were trampled to death by a mad elephant because you were so headstrong and careless of wise men's advice. And he told the old story. Once upon a time, while Brahmadatta was king of Benares, the Bodhisattva was born of a Brahmin family. On growing up, he left his worldly home and took to the religious life, and in time became the leader of a company of 500 anchorites, who all lived together in the region of Himalaya. Amongst these anchorites was a headstrong and unteachable person named Indasamanagotta. He had a pet elephant. The Bodhisattva sent for him when he found this out, and asked if he really did keep a young elephant. Yes, the man said, he had an elephant which had lost its dam. Well, the Bodhisattva said, when elephants grow up they kill even those who foster them, so you had better not keep it any longer. But I can't live without him, my teacher, was the reply. Oh, well, said the Bodhisattva, you'll live to repent it. Howbeit he still reared the creature, and by it grew to an immense size. It happened once that the anchorites had all gone far afield to gather roots and fruits in the forest, and they were absent for several days. At the first breath of the south wind this elephant fell in a frenzy. Destruction to this hut, thought he. I'll smash the water jar. I'll overturn the stone bench. I'll tear up the pallet. I'll kill the hermit, and then off I'll go. So he sped into the jungle, and waited watching for their return. The master came first, laden with food for his pet. As soon as he saw him, he hastened up, thinking all was well. Out rushed the elephant from the thicket, and seizing him in his trunk, dashed him to the ground. Then with a blow on the head crushed the life out of him, and madly trumpeting, he scampered into the forest. The other anchorites brought this news to the Bodhisattva. Said he, we should have no dealings with the bad. And then he repeated these 2 verses. Friendship with evil let the good eschew. The good, who know what duty bids them do, they will work mischief, be it soon or late, even as the elephant his master slew. But if a kindred spirit thou shalt see, in virtue, wisdom, learning like to thee, choose such an one to be thy own true friend, Good friends and blessing go in company. In this way the Bodhisattva showed his band of anchorites that it is well to be docile and not obstinate. Then he performed Indasamanagotta's obsequies, and cultivating the excellences, came at last into Brahma's heaven. After concluding this discourse, the master identified the birth. This unruly fellow was then Indasamanagotta, and I was myself the teacher of the anchorite band. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 162. Santhava Jataka. Nothing is worse, etc. This story the master told while dwelling at Jetavana, about feeding the sacred fire. The circumstances are the same as those of the Nangutha birth related above. The brethren, on seeing those who kept up this fire, said to the Blessed One, "Sir, here are top-knot ascetics practicing all sorts of false asceticism. What's the good of it?" "There is no good in it," said the master. "It has happened before that even wise men have imagined some good in feeding the sacred fire, but after doing this for a long time, have found out that there is no good in it, and have quenched it with water and beat it down with sticks, never giving it so much as a look afterwards." Then he told them a story. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was king of Benares, the Bodhisattva was born in a Brahmin family. When he was about 16 years old, his father and mother took his birth fire and spoke to him thus, "Son, will you take your birth fire into the woods and worship the fire there? Or will you learn the 3 Vedas, settle down as a married man and live in the world?" Said he, "No worldly life for me. I will worship my fire in the woodland and go on the way to heaven." So taking his birth fire, he bade farewell to his parents and entered the forest, where he lived in a hut made of branches and leaves and did worship to the fire. One day he had been invited to some place where he received a present of rice and ghee. "This rice," thought he, "I will offer to great Brahma." So he took home the rice and made the fire blaze. Then with the words, "With this rice I feed the sacred flame," he cast it upon the fire. Scarce had this rice dropped upon it, all full of fat as it was, when a fierce flame leapt up which set his hermitage alight. Then the Brahmin hurried away in terror, and sat down some distance off. "There should be no dealings with the wicked," said he. "And so this fire has burnt the hut which I made with so much trouble." And he repeated the first stanza. "Nothing is worse than evil company. I fed my fire with plenteous rice and ghee, and lo, the hut which gave me such ado to build it up, my fire has burnt for me. I've done with you now, false friend," he added. And he poured water upon the fire, and beat it out with sticks, and then buried himself in the mountains. There he came upon a black hind licking the faces of a lion, a tiger, and a panther. This put it into his mind how there was nothing better than good friends, and therewith he repeated the second stanza. "Nothing is better than good company. Kind offices of friendship here I see. Behold the lion, tiger, and the pard. The black hind licks the faces of all 3. With these reflections the Bodhisattva plunged into the depths of the mountains, and there he embraced the true religious life, cultivating the faculties and the attainments, until at his life's end he passed into Brahma's heaven. After delivering this discourse, the master identified the birth. "In those days I was the ascetic of the story." Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 163. Susima Jataka. 50 black elephants, etc. This story the master told at Jetavana, about arbitrary giving of alms. We hear that at Savatthi a family used sometimes to give alms to the Buddha and his friends, sometimes they used to give to the heretics, or else the givers would form themselves into companies, or again the people of one street would club together, or the whole of the inhabitants would collect voluntary offerings and present them. On this occasion all the inhabitants had made such a collection of all necessaries. But councils were divided, some demanding that this be given to the heretics, some speaking for those who followed the Buddha. Each party stuck to their point, the disciples of the heretics voting for the heretics, and the disciples of Buddha for Buddha's company. Then it was proposed to divide upon the question, and accordingly they divided. Those who were for the Buddha were in the majority. So their plan was followed, and the disciples of the heretics could not prevent the gifts being offered to the Buddha and his followers. The citizens gave invitation to the Buddha's company. For 7 days they set rich offerings before them, and on the 7th gave over all the articles they had collected. The master returned thanks, after which he instructed a host of people in the fruition of the paths. Next he returned to Jetavana, and when his followers had done their duties, he delivered a Buddha's discourse standing before his scented chamber, into which he then retired. At evening time the brethren talked the matter over together in the Hall of Truth. Friend, how the heretics' disciples tried to prevent this from coming to the saints. Yet they couldn't do it. All the collection of articles was laid before the saints' own feet. Ah! How great is the Buddha's power! What is this you are talking about now together? Asked the master, coming in. They told him. Brethren, said he, this is not the first time that the disciples of the heretics have tried to thwart an offering which should have been made to me. They did the same before, but always these articles have been finally laid at my feet. So saying, he told them a tale of long ago. Once upon a time there lived in Benares a king Susima, and the Bodhisattva was the son of his chaplain's lady. When he was 16 years old, his father died. The father, while he lived, was master of the ceremonies in the king's elephant festivals. He alone had right to all the trappings and appointments of the elephants which came into the place of festival. By this means he gained as much as 10 millions at each festival. At the time of our story the season for an elephant festival came round, and the Brahmins all flocked to the king with these words, O great king, the season for an elephant festival has come, and a festival should be made. But this your chaplain's son is very young. He knows neither the 3 Vedas nor the lore of elephants. Shall we conduct the ceremony? To this the king consented. Off went the Brahmins delighted. Aha, said they. We have barred this lad from performing the festival. We shall do it ourselves and keep the gains. But the Bodhisattva's mother heard that in 4 days there was to be an elephant festival. For 7 generations, thought she, we have managed the elephant festivals from father to son. The old custom will pass from us, and our wealth will all melt away. She wept and wailed. Why are you weeping? Asked her son. She told him. Said he, well, mother, shall I conduct the festival? What you, sonny? You don't know the 3 Vedas or the elephant lore. How can you do it? When are they going to have the festival, mother? 4 days from now, my son. Where can I find teachers who know the 3 Vedas by heart? And all the elephant lore? Just such a famous teacher, my son, lives in Takasila, in the realm of Gandhara, 2,000 leagues away. Mother, says he, our hereditary right we shall not lose. One day will take me to Takasila. One night will be enough to teach me the 3 Vedas and the elephant lore. On the morrow I will journey home, and on the 4th day I will manage the elephant festival. Weep no more. With these words he comforted his mother. Early next morning he broke his fast, and set out all alone for Takasila, which he reached in a single day. Then seeking out the teacher, he greeted him and sat on one side. Where have you come from? The teacher asked. From Benares, teacher. To what end? To learn from you the 3 Vedas and the elephant lore. Certainly, my son, you shall learn it. But, sir, said our Bodhisattva, my case is urgent. Then he recounted the whole matter, adding, in a single day I have traversed a journey of 2,000 leagues. Give me your time for this one night only. 3 days from now there is to be an elephant festival. I will learn the whole after one lesson. The teacher consented. Then the lad washed his master's feet and laid before him a fee of 1,000 pieces of money. He sat down on one side and learnt his lesson by heart. As day broke, even as the day broke, he finished the 3 Vedas and the elephant lore. Is there any more, sir? Asked he. No, my son, you have it all. Sir, he went on, in this book such a verse comes in too late, such another has gone astray in the reading. This is the way to teach your pupils for the future. And then he corrected his teacher's knowledge for him. After an early meal he took his leave, and in a single day he was back again in Benares and greeting his mother. "Have you learnt your lesson, my boy?" said she. He answered yes, and she was delighted to hear it. Next day, the festival of the elephants was prepared. 100 elephants were set in array, with golden trappings, golden flags, all covered with a network of fine gold, and all the palace courtyard was decked out. There stood the Brahmins in all their fine gala dress, thinking to themselves, "Now we shall do the ceremony, we shall do it." Presently came the king, in all his splendor, and with him the ornaments and other things that were used. The Bodhisattva, apparelled like a prince, at the head of his suite, approached the king with these words, "Is it really true, O great king, that you are going to rob me of my right? Are you going to give other Brahmins the managing of this ceremony? Have you said that you mean to give them the various ornaments and vessels that are used?" And he repeated the first stanza as follows, "50 black elephants with tusks all white are thine in gold caparison bedight. To thee, and thee I give them, dost thou say, remembering my old ancestral right." King Susima, thus addressed, then repeated the second stanza. 50 black elephants with tusks all white are mine in gold caparison bedight. To thee and thee I give them, so I say, my lad, remembering thine ancestral right. Then a thought struck the Bodhisattva, and he said, "Sire, if you do remember my ancient right and your ancient custom, why do you neglect me and make others the masters of your festival? Why, I was told that you did not know the 3 Vedas or the elephant lore, and that is why I have caused the festival to be managed by others." "Very well, sire. If there is one amongst all these Brahmins who can recite a portion of the Vedas or the elephant lore against me, let him stand forward. Not in all India is there one save me who knows the 3 Vedas and the elephant lore for the ordering of an elephant festival." Proud as a lion's roar rang out the answer. Not a Brahmin durst rise and contend with him. So the Bodhisattva kept his ancestral right and conducted the ceremony, and laden with riches, he returned to his own home. When the master had ended this discourse, he declared the truths and identified the birth. Some entered on the first path, some on the second, some the third, and some the fourth. Mahamaya was at that time my mother, King Suddhodana was my father, Ananda was King Susima, Sariputta the famous teacher, and I myself was the young Brahmin. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 164. Gijjha Jataka. A vulture sees a corpse, etc. This story the master told about a brother who had his mother to support. The circumstances will be related under the Sama birth. The master asked him whether he, a brother, was really supporting persons who were still living in the world. This the brother admitted. "How are they related to you?" The master went on. "They are my parents, sir." "Excellent, excellent," the master said, and bade the brethren not be angry with this brother. "Wise men of old," said he, "have done service even to those who were not of kin to them, but this man's task has been to support his own parents." So saying, he told them this story of bygone days. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was king of Benares, the Bodhisattva came to life as a young vulture on the Vulture Hill, and had his mother and father to nourish. Once there came a great wind and rain. The vultures could not hold their own against it. Half frozen, they flew to Benares, and there near the wall and near the ditch they sat, shivering with the cold. A merchant of Benares was issuing from the city on his way to bathe, when he spied these miserable vultures. He got them together in a dry place, made a fire, sent and brought them some cow flesh from the cattle's burning place, and put someone to look after them. When the storm fell, our vultures were all right and flew off at once among the mountains. Without delay they met, and thus took counsel together. A Benares merchant has done us a good turn, and one good turn deserves another, as the saying is. So after this, when any of us finds a garment or an ornament, it must be dropped in that merchant's courtyard. So thenceforward, if they ever notice people drying their clothes or finery in the sun, watching for an unwary moment, they snatch them quickly, as hawks swoop on a bit of meat, and drop them in the merchant's yard. But he, whenever he observed that they were bringing him anything, used to cause it to be laid aside. They told the king how vultures were plundering the city. Just catch me one vulture, says the king, and I will make them bring it all back. So snares and gins were set everywhere. Our dutiful vulture was caught. They seized him with intent to bring him to the king. The merchant aforesaid, on the way to wait upon his majesty, saw these people walking along with the vulture. He went in their company, for fear they might hurt the vulture. They gave the vulture to the king, who examined him. You rob our city, and carry off clothes and all sorts of things. He began. Yes, sire. Whom have they been given to? A merchant of Benares. Why? Because he saved our lives, and they say one good turn deserves another. That is why we gave them to him. Vultures, they say, quoth the king, can spy a corpse 100 leagues away, and can't you see a trap set ready for you? And with these words he repeated the first stanza. A vulture sees a corpse that lies 100 leagues away. When thou alight'st upon a trap, dost thou not see it, pray? The vulture listened, then replied by repeating the second stanza. When life is coming to an end, and death's hour draws anigh, though you may come close up to it, nor trap nor snare you spy. After this response of the vulture, the king turned to our merchant. Have all these things really been brought to you, then, by the vultures? Yes, my lord. Where are they? My lord, they are all put away. Each shall receive his own again, only let this vulture go. He had his way. The vulture was set at liberty, and the merchant returned all the property to its owners. This lesson ended, the master declared the truths and identified the birth. At the conclusion of the truths, the dutiful brother was established in the fruition of the first path. Ananda was the king of those days. Sariputta was the merchant, and I myself was the vulture that supported his parents. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 165. Nakula Jataka. Creature, your egg-born enemy, etc. This story the master told during a sojourn at Jetavana, about two officers who had a quarrel. The circumstances have been given above in the Uraga birth. Here, as before, the master said, This is not the first time, brethren. These two nobles have been reconciled by me. In former times I reconciled them too. Then he told an old story. Once on a time, when Brahmadatta was king of Benares, the Bodhisattva was born in a certain village as one of a Brahmin family. When he came of age, he was educated at Takasila. Then, renouncing the world, he became a recluse, cultivated the faculties and the attainments, and dwelt in the region of Himalaya, living upon wild roots and fruits which he picked up in his goings to and fro. At the end of his cloistered walk lived a mongoose in an ant heap, and not far off, a snake lived in a hollow tree. These two, snake and mongoose, were perpetually quarreling. The Bodhisattva preached to them the misery of quarrels and the blessing of peace, and reconciled the two together, saying, You ought to cease your quarreling and live together at one. When the serpent was abroad, the mongoose at the end of the walk lay with his head out of the hole in his ant hill, and his mouth open, and thus fell asleep, heavily drawing his breath in and out. The Bodhisattva saw him sleeping there and asking him, Why, what are you afraid of? Repeated the first stanza. Creature, your egg-born enemy a faithful friend is made. Why sleep you there with teeth all bare? Of what are you afraid? Father, said the mongoose, never despise a former enemy, but always suspect him. And he repeated the second stanza. Never despise an enemy nor ever trust a friend. A fear that springs from unfeared things uproots and makes an end. Fear not, replied the Bodhisattva. I have persuaded the snake to do you no harm. Distrust him no more. With this advice, he proceeded to cultivate the four excellences, and set his face toward Brahma's heaven. And the others too passed away to fair hereafter according to their deeds. Then this lesson ended, the master identified the birth. The two noblemen were at that time snake and mongoose, and I was myself the ascetic. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 166. Upasalha Jataka. 14,000 Upasalhas, etc. This story the master told whilst at Jetavana, about a Brahmin named Upasalha, who was fastidious in the matter of cemeteries. This man, we learn, was rich and wealthy. But though he lived over against the monastery, he showed no kindness to the Buddhas, being given to heresy. But he had a son, wise and intelligent. When he was growing old, the man said to his son, "Don't let my body be burnt in a cemetery where any outcast can be burnt, but find some uncontaminated place to burn me in." "Father," said the young fellow, "I know no cemetery fit to burn your body in. Good my father, take the lead and yourself point out the place where I shall have you burnt." So the Brahmin consenting led his son out of the city to the top of Vulture Peak, and then said he, "Here, my son, no outcast is ever burnt. Here I would have you burn me." Then he began to descend the hill in his son's company. On that day, in the evening, the master was looking around to see which of his friends was ripe for release, and perceived that this father and son were ready to enter upon the first path. So he took their road and came to the hill foot, like a hunter waiting for his quarry. There he sat till they should cone down from the top. Down they came and noticed the master. He gave them greeting, and asked, "Where are you bound, Brahmins?" The young man told him their errand. "Come along then," said the master. "Show me the place your father pointed out." So he and they two together climbed up the mountain. "Which place?" he asked. "Sir," said the lad, "the space between these three hills is the one he showed me." The master said, "This is not the first time, my lad, that your father has been nice in the matter of cemeteries. He was the same before. Nor is it now only that he has pointed you out this place for his burning. Long ago he pointed out the very same place. And at his request the master told them a tale of long ago. Once upon a time, in this very city of Rajagaha, lived this same Brahmin Upasalha, and he had the very same son. At that period the Bodhisattva had been born in a Brahmin family of Magadha land, and when his education was finished, he embraced a religious life, cultivated the faculties and the attainments, and lived a long time in the region of Himalaya, plunged in mystic exaltation. Once he left his hermitage on Vulture Peak to go buy salt and seasoning. While he was away, this Brahmin spoke in just the same way to his son as now. The lad begged him to point out a proper place, and he came and pointed out this very place. As he was descending with his son, he observed the Bodhisattva and approached him, and the Bodhisattva put the same question as I did just now, and received the son's answer. "Ah," said he, "we'll see whether this place which your father has shown you is contaminated or not," and made them go with him up the hill again. "The space between these three hills," said the lad, "is pure." "My lad," the Bodhisattva replied, "there is no end to the people who have been burned in this very spot. Your own father, born a Brahmin, as now in Rajagaha, and bearing the very same name of, has been burnt on this hill in 14,000 births. On the whole earth there's not a spot to be found where a corpse has not been burnt, which has not been a cemetery, which has not been covered with skulls. This he discerned by the faculty of knowing all previous lives. And then he repeated these two stanzas. 14,000 Upasalhas have been burnt upon this spot, nor is there the wide world over any place where death is not. Where is kindness, truth, and justice, temperance, and self-control, there no death can find an entrance. Thither hies each saintly soul." When the Bodhisattva had thus discoursed to father and son, he cultivated the four excellences and went his way to Brahma's heaven. When this discourse was ended, the master declared the truths and identified and the birth. At the conclusion of the truths, father and son were established in the fruit of the first path. The father and son were the same then as they are now, and the ascetic was I myself. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 167. Samiddhi Jataka. Begging brother, do you know, etc. This story was told by the master whilst he was staying in Tapoda Park near Rajagaha, about Elder Samiddhi or Good Luck. Once Father Good Luck had been wrestling in the spirit all night long. At sunrise he bathed. Then he stood with his undergarment on, holding the other in his hand, as he dried his body, all yellow as gold. Like a golden statue of exquisite workmanship he was, the perfection of beauty, and that is why he was called Good Luck. A daughter of the gods, seeing the elder's surpassing beauty, fell in love with him and addressed him thus. You are young, brother, and fresh, a mirror with stripling with black hair. Bless you, you have youth, you are lovely and pleasant to the eyes. Why should a man like you turn religious without a little enjoyment? Take your pleasure first, and then you shall become religious and do what the hermits do. He replied, Nymph, at some time or other I must die, and the time of my death I know not. That time is hid from me. Therefore in the freshness of my youth I will follow the solitary life, and make an end of pain. Finding she received no encouragement, the goddess at once vanished. The elder went and told his master about it. Then the master said, Not now alone, Good Luck, are you tempted by a nymph. In olden days, as now, nymphs tempted ascetics. And then at his request the master told an old world tale. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was king in Benares, the Bodhisattva became a Brahmin's son in a village of Kasi. Coming of years, he attained perfection in all his studies and embraced the religious life. And he lived in Himalaya hard by a natural lake, cultivating the faculties and the attainments. All night long he had wrestled in the spirit, and at sunrise he bathed him, and with one bark garment on and the other in his hand, he stood, letting the water dry off his body. At the moment a daughter of the gods observed his perfect beauty, and fell in love with him. Tempting him, she repeated this first stanza. Begging brother, do you know what of joy the world can show? Now's the time, there is no other. Pleasure first, then, begging brother. The Bodhisattva listened to the nymph's address, and then replied, declaring his set purpose, by repeating the second stanza. The time is hid. I cannot know. When is the time that I must go? Now is the time. There is no other, so I am now a begging brother. When the nymph heard the Bodhisattva's words, she vanished at once. After this discourse, the master identified the birth. The nymph is the same in both stories, and the hermit at that time was I myself. Life, sickness, death, the putting off the flesh, rebirth, these five are hidden in this world. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 168. Sakunagghi Jataka. A quail was in his feeding ground, etc. This story the master told at Jetavana about his meaning in the bird preaching. One day the master called the brethren, saying, When you seek alms, brethren, keep each to your own district. And repeating that sutta from the Mahavagga which suited the occasion, he added, But wait a moment. Aforetime others even in the form of animals refused to keep to their own districts, and by poaching on other people's preserves, they fell into the way of their enemies, and then by their own intelligence and resource got free from the hands of their enemies. With these words he related an old story. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was king in Benares, the Bodhisattva came into the world as a young quail. He got his food in hopping about over the clods left after plowing. One day he thought he would leave his feeding ground and try another. So off he flew to the edge of a forest. As he picked up his food there, a falcon spied him, and attacking him fiercely, he caught him fast. Held prisoner by this falcon, our quail made his moan. Ah, how very unlucky I am. How little sense I have. I'm poaching on someone else's preserves. Oh, that I had kept to my own place, where my fathers were before me. Then this falcon would have been no match for me. I mean, if he had come to fight. Why, quailie, says the falcon, what's your own ground, where your fathers fed before you? A plowed field all covered with clods. At this the falcon, relaxing his strength, let go. Off with you, quail. You won't escape me, even there. The quail flew back and perched on an immense clod, and there he stood calling, Come along now, falcon! Straining every nerve, poising both wings, down swooped the falcon fiercely upon our quail. Here he comes with a vengeance, thought the quail, and as soon as he saw him in full career, just turned over and let him strike full against the clod of earth. The falcon could not stop himself, and struck his breast against the earth. This broke his heart, and he fell dead with his eyes starting out of his head. When this tale had been told, the master added, "Thus you see, brethren, how even animals fall into their enemies' hands by leaving their proper place. But when they keep to it, they conquer their enemies. Therefore do you take care not to leave your own place and intrude upon another's. O brethren, when people leave their own station, Mara finds a door, Mara gets a foothold. What is foreign ground, brethren, and what is the wrong place for a brother? I mean the 5 pleasures of sense. What are these 5? The lust of the eye, and so on. This, brethren, is the wrong place for a brother." Then, growing perfectly enlightened, he repeated the first stanza. A quail was in his feeding ground, when, swooping from on high, a falcon came, but so it fell he came to death thereby. When he had thus perished, out came the quail, exclaiming, "I have seen the back of my enemy!" And perching upon his enemy's breast, he gave voice to his exultation in the words of the second stanza. "Now I rejoice at my success. A clever plan I found, to rid me of my enemy by keeping my own ground." This discourse at an end, the master declared the truths and identified the birth. At the conclusion of the truths, many brethren were established in the paths or their fruition. Devdatta was the falcon of those days, and the quail was I myself. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 169. Araka Jataka. The heart that boundless pity feels, etc. This story the master told at Jetavana, about the scripture on loving kindness. On one occasion the master thus addressed the brotherhood. "Brethren, charity practiced with all devotion of thought, meditated upon, increased, made a vehicle of progress, made your one object, practiced, well begun, may be expected to produce 11 blessings. What are these 11? Happy he sleeps and happy he awakes. He sees no bad dreams. Men love him. Spirits guard him. Fire, poison, and sword come not near him. Quickly he becomes absorbed in mind. His look grows calm. He dies undismayed. Without need of further wisdom he goes to Brahma's heaven. Charity, brethren, practiced with renunciation of one's wishes, and so forth, may be expected to produce these 11 blessings. Praising the charity which holds these 11 blessings, brethren, a brother ought to show kindness to all creatures, whether expressly commanded or not. He should be a friend to the friendly, a friend to the unfriendly, and a friend to the indifferent. Thus to all without distinction, whether expressly bidden or not, he should show charity. He should show sympathy with joy and sorrow and practice equanimity. He should do his work by means of the 4 excellences. By so doing he will go to Brahma's heaven even without path or fruit. Wise men of old, by cultivating charity for 7 years, have dwelt in Brahma's heaven 7 ages, each with its one period to wax and one to wane. And he told them a story of the past. Once upon a time, in a former age, the Bodhisattva was born in a Brahmin's family. When he grew up, he forsook his lusts and embraced the religious life, and attained the 4 excellences. His name was Araka, and he became a teacher, and lived in Himalaya region with a large body of followers. Admonishing his band of sages, he said, "A recluse must show charity, sympathetic must he be both in joy and sorrow, and full of equanimity. For this thought of charity attained by resolve prepares him for Brahma's heaven." And explaining the blessing of charity, he repeated these verses. "The heart that boundless pity feels for all things that have birth, in heaven above, in realms below, and on this middle earth, filled full of pity infinite, infinite charity. In such a heart not narrow or confined can ever be." Thus did the Bodhisattva discourse to his pupils on the practice of charity and its blessings. And without a moment's interruption of his mystic trance, he was born in the heaven of Brahma, and for 7 ages, each with his time to wax and wane, he came no more to this world. After finishing this discourse, the master identified the birth. "The band of sages of that time are now the Buddha's followers, and I myself am he that was the teacher Araka." Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 170. Kakantaka Jataka. This Kakantaka birth will be given below in the Maha Amaga birth. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 171. Kalyana-Dhamma Jataka. O King, when people hail us, etc. This story the master told in Jetavana, about a deaf mother-in-law. It is said that there was a squire in Savatthi, one of the faith, a true believer, who had fled to the 3 refuges, endowed with the 5 virtues. One day he set out to listen to the master at Jetavana, bearing plenteous ghee and condiments of all sorts, flowers, perfumes, etc. At the same time, his wife's mother started to visit her daughter, and brought a present of solid food and gruel. She was a little hard of hearing. After dinner, "One feels a little drowsy after a meal," she said, by way of keeping herself awake. "Well, and does your husband live happily with you? Do you agree together?" "Why, mother, what a thing to ask! You could hardly find a holy hermit who is so good and virtuous as he." The good woman did not quite take in what her daughter said, but she caught the word, hermit, and cries she, "Oh dear, why has your husband turned hermit?" And a great to-do she made. Everybody who lived in that house heard it, and cried, "News! The squire has turned hermit." People heard the noise, and a crowd gathered at the door to find out what it was. "The squire who lives here has turned hermit," was all they heard. Our squire listened to the Buddha's sermon, then left the monastery to return to the city. Midway a man met him who cried, "Why, master, they do say you've turned hermit, and all your family and servants are crying at home." Then these thoughts passed through his mind. "People say I have turned hermit when I have done nothing of the kind. A lucky speech must not be neglected. This day a hermit I must be." Then and there he turned right round and went back to the master. "You paid your visit to the Buddha," the master said, "and went away. What brings you back here again?" The man told him about it, adding, "A lucky speech, sir, must not be neglected. So here I am, and I wish to become a hermit." Then he received the lesser and the greater orders, and lived a good life, and very soon he attained to sainthood. The story got known amongst the community. One day they were discussing it all together in the Hall of Truth on this fashion. "I say, friend, Squire so-and-so took orders because he said, 'A lucky speech must never be neglected.' And now he has attained to sainthood." The master came in and wanted to know what it was they were talking about. They told him. Said he, "Brethren, wise men in days long past also entered the brotherhood because they said that a lucky speech must never be neglected." And then he told them a story of olden days. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was king of Benares, the Bodhisattva came into the world as a rich merchant's son. And when he grew up and his father died, he took his father's place. Once he had gone to pay his respects to the king, and his mother-in-law came on a visit to her daughter. She was a little hard of hearing, and all happened just as it has happened now. The husband was on his way back from paying his respects to the king, when he was met by a man, who said, "They say you have turned hermit, and there's such a hullabaloo in your house." The Bodhisattva, thinking that lucky words must never be neglected, turned right round and went back to the king. The king asked what brought him back again. "My lord," said he, "all my people are bewailing me, as I am told, because I have turned hermit, when I have done nothing of the kind. But lucky words must not be neglected, and a hermit I will be. I crave your permission to become a hermit." And he explained the circumstances by the following verses. "O king, when people hail us by the name of holy, we must make our acts the same. We must not waver nor fall short of it. We must take up the yoke for very shame. O king, this name has been bestowed on me. Today they cry how holy I must be. Therefore I would a hermit live and die. I have no taste for joy and revelry." Thus did the Bodhisattva ask the king's leave to embrace the religious life. Then he went away to the Himalayas, and becoming an ascetic he cultivated the faculties and the attainments and at last came to Brahma's heaven. The master, having ended this discourse, identified the birth, Ananda was king in those days, and I myself was the rich Benares merchant. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 172. Daddara Jataka. Who is it with a mighty cry, etc. This is a story which the master told at Jetavana about one Kokalika. At this time we hear that there were a number of very learned brethren in the district of Manasila, who spoke out like young lions, loud enough to bring down the heavenly Ganges, while reciting passages of scripture before the community. As they recited their texts, Kokalika, not knowing what an empty fool he showed himself, thought he would like to do the same. So he went about among the brethren, not however taking the name upon him, but saying, "They don't ask me to recite a piece of scripture. If they were to ask me, I would do it." All the community got to know of it, and they thought they would try him. "Friend Kokalika," said they, "give the community a recital of some scriptures today." To this he agreed, not knowing his folly. That day he would recite before the community. He first partook of gruel made to his liking, ate some food, and had some of his favorite soup. At sundown the gong sounded for sermon time. All the community gathered together. The yellow robe which he put on was blue as a bluebell. His outer robe was pure white. Thus clad, he entered the meeting, greeted the elders, stepped up to a preaching seat under a grand jeweled pavilion, holding an elegantly carved fan, and sat down, ready to begin his recitation. But just at that moment beads of sweat began to start out all over him, and he felt ashamed. The first verse of the first stanza he repeated, but what came next he could not think. So rising from the seat in confusion, he passed out through the meeting and sought his own cell. Someone else, a real scholar, recited the scripture. After that all the brethren knew how empty he was. One day the brethren fell a-talking of it in the hall of truth. "Friend, it was not easy to see formerly how empty Kokalika is, but now he has given tongue of his own accord and shown it." The master entered and asked what they were discussing together. They told him. He said, "Brethren, this is not the first time Kokalika has betrayed himself by his voice. The very same thing happened before." And then he told them an old world tale. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was born as a young lion, and was the king of many lions. With a suite of lions he dwelt in Silver Cave. Nearby was a jackal living in another cave. One day, after a shower of rain, all the lions were together at the entrance of their leader's cave, roaring loudly and gamboling about as lions use. As they were thus roaring and playing, the jackal too lifted up his voice. "Here's this jackal, giving tongue along with us," said the lions. They felt ashamed, and were silent. When they all fell silent, the Bodhisattva's cub asked him this question. "Father, all these lions that were roaring and playing about have fallen silent for very shame on hearing yon creature. What creature is it that betrays itself thus by its voice?" And he repeated the first stanza. "Who is it with a mighty cry makes Daddara resound? Who is it, Lord of beasts? And why has he no welcome found?" At his son's words the old lion repeated the second stanza. "The jackal of all beasts most vile, 'tis he that makes that sound. The lions loathe his baseness, while they sit in silence round." Brethren, the master added, "'tis not the first time Kokalika has betrayed himself by his voice, it was just the same before." And bringing his discourse to an end, he identified the birth. "At that time Kokalika was the jackal, Rahula was the young lion, and I was myself the Lion King." Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 173. Makkata Jataka. Father C. A poor old fellow, etc. This story the master told while staying in Jetavana, about a rogue. The circumstances will be explained in the Uddala Birth, Book 14. Here too the master said, "Brethren, not this once only has the fellow turned out a rogue. In days of yore, when he was a monkey, he played tricks for the sake of a fire, and he told a tale of days long gone by. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was born in a Brahmin family in a village of Kasi. When he came of years, he received his education at Takasila and settled down in life. His lady in time bore him a son, and when the child could just run to and fro, she died. The husband performed her obsequies, and then said he, "What is home to me now? I and my son will live the life of hermits." Leaving his friends and kindred in tears, he took the lad to the Himalaya, became a religious anchorite, and lived on the fruits and roots which the forest yielded. On a day during the rainy season, when there had been a downpour, he kindled some sticks and lay down on a pallet, warming himself at the fire, and his son sat beside him chafing his feet. Now a wild monkey, miserable with cold, spied the fire in the leaf hut of our hermit. "Now," thought he, "suppose I go in, they'll cry out 'Monkey, monkey,' and beat me back. I shan't get a chance of warming myself. I have it," he cried. "I'll get an ascetic's dress, and get inside by a trick." So he put on the bark dress of a dead ascetic, lifted his basket and crooked stick, and took his stand by the hut door, where he crouched down beside a palm tree. The lad saw him and cried to his father, not knowing he was a monkey. "Here's an old hermit, sure enough miserably cold, come to warm himself at the fire." Then he addressed his father in the words of the first stanza, begging him to let the poor fellow in to warm himself. "Father, see, a poor old fellow huddled by a palm tree there. Here we have a hut to live in. Let us give the man a share." When the Bodhisattva heard this, up he got and went to the door, but when he saw the creature was only a monkey, he said, "My son, men have no such face as that. 'Tis a monkey, and he must not be asked in here." Then he repeated the second stanza. "He would but defile our dwelling if he came inside the door. Such a face, 'tis easy telling, no good Brahmin ever bore." The Bodhisattva seized a brand, crying, "What do you want there?" threw it at him and drove him away. Mr. Monkey dropped his bark garments, sprang up a tree, and buried himself in the forest. Then the Bodhisattva cultivated the four excellences until he came unto Brahma's heaven. When the master had ended this discourse, he identified the birth. This tricky brother was the monkey of those days. Rahula was the hermit's son, and I myself was the hermit. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukanipada. 174. Dubhiya-Makkata Jataka. Plenty of water, etc. This story the master told in his sojourn at Velluvana, about Devdatta. One day it happened that the brethren were talking in the Hall of Truth about Devdatta's ingratitude and treachery to his friends, when the master broke in, "Not this once only, brethren, has Devdatta been ungrateful and treacherous to his own friends. He was just the same before." Then he told them an old story. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was king of Benares, the Bodhisattva was born into a Brahmin family in a certain Kasi village, and when he grew of age, married and settled down. Now in those clays there was a certain deep well by the highway in Kasi land, which had no way down to it. The people who passed by that way, to win merit, used to draw water by a long rope and a bucket, and fill a trough for the animals. Thus they gave the animals water to drink. All around lay a mighty forest, wherein troops of monkeys dwelt. It happened by a chance that for 2 or 3 days the supply of water ceased which wayfarers used to draw, and the creatures could get nothing to drink. A monkey, tormented with thirst, walked up and down by the well looking for water. Now the Bodhisattva came that way on some errand, drew water for himself, drank it and washed his hands. Then he noticed our monkey. Seeing how thirsty he was, the traveler drew water from the well and filled the trough for him. Then he sat down under a tree to see what the creature would do. The monkey drank, sat down near, and pulled a monkey grimace to frighten the Bodhisattva. "Ah, you bad monkey," said he at this. "When you were thirsty and miserable, I gave you plenty of water, and now you make monkey faces at me. Well, well, help a rascal and you waste your pains." And he repeated the first stanza. "Plenty of water did I give to you, when you were chafing hot and thirsty too. Now full of mischief you sit chattering. With wicked people best have not to do." Then this spite friend monkey replied, "I suppose you think that's all I can do. Now I'll drop something on your head before I go." Then, repeating the second stanza, he went on, "A well-conducted monkey who did ever hear or see. I leave my droppings on your head, for such are manners he. As soon as he heard this, the Bodhisattva got up to go. But at the very instant this monkey from the branch where he sat dropped it like a festoon upon his head, and then made off into the forest shrieking. The Bodhisattva washed and went his way. When the master had ended this discourse, after saying, "It is not only now that Devdutta is so, but in former days also he would not acknowledge a kindness which I showed him," he identified the birth. Devdutta was the monkey then, and the Brahmin was I myself. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 175. Adiccupatthana Jataka. There is no tribe, etc. This is a story told by the master in Jetavana, about a rogue. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was born in a Brahmin family of Kasi. Coming of years, he went to Takasila, and there completed his education. Then he embraced the religious life, cultivated the faculties and the attainments, and becoming the preceptor of a large band of pupils, he spent his life in Himalaya. There for a long time he abode, until once having to buy salt and seasoning, he came down from the highlands to a border village, where he stayed in a leaf hut. When they were absent seeking alms, a mischievous monkey used to enter the hermitage, and turn everything upside down, spill the water out of the jars, smash the jugs, and finish by making a mess in the cell where the fire was. The rains over, the anchorites thought of returning, and took leave of the villagers. For now, they thought, the flowers and fruit are ripening on the mountains. Tomorrow, was the answer, we will come to your dwelling with our alms. You shall eat before you go. So next day they brought thither plenty of food, solid and liquid. The monkey thought to himself, I'll trick these people and cajole them into giving me some food too. So he put on the air of a holy man seeking alms, and close by the anchorites he stood, worshipping the sun. When the people saw him, they thought, holy are they who live with the holy, and repeated the first stanza. There is no tribe of animals but bath its virtuous one. See how this wretched monkey here stands worshipping the sun. After this fashion the people praised our monkey's virtues. But the Bodhisattva, observing it, replied, you don't know the ways of a mischievous monkey, or you would not praise one who little deserves praise. Adding the second stanza, you praise this creature's character because you know him not. He has defiled the sacred fire, and broke each water pot. When the people heard what a rascally monkey it was, seizing sticks and clods they pelted him, and gave their alms to the brethren. The sages returned to Himalaya, and without once interrupting their mystic ecstasy they came at last to Brahma's heaven. At the end of this discourse the master identified the birth. This hypocrite was in those days the monkey, the Buddha's followers were the company of sages, and their leader was I myself. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 176. Kalaya-Mutthi Jataka. A foolish monkey, etc. This story the master told at Jetavana, about a king of Kosala. One rainy season, disaffection broke out on his borders. The troops stationed there, after 2 or 3 battles in which they failed to conquer their adversaries, sent a message to the king. Spite of the season, spite of the rains, he took the field, and encamped before Jetavana Park. Then he began to ponder. 'Tis a bad season for an expedition. Every crevice and hollow is full of water. The road is heavy. I'll go visit the master. He will be sure to ask whither away. Then I'll tell him. It is not only in things of the future life that our master protects me, but he protects in the things which we now see. So if my going is not to prosper, he will say, it is a bad time to go, sire. But if I am to prosper, he will say nothing. So into the park he came, and after greeting the master sat down on one side. Whence come you, O king? Asked the master. At this unseasonable hour? Sir, he replied, I am on my way to quell a border rising, and I come first to bid you farewell. To this the master said, so it happened before, that mighty monarchs, before setting out for war, have listened to the word of the wise, and turned back from an unseasonable expedition. Then, at the king's request, he told an old story. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, He had a counselor who was his right-hand man and gave him advice in things spiritual and temporal. There was a rising on the frontier, and the troops there stationed sent the king a letter. The king started, rainy season though it was, and formed a camp in his park. The Bodhisattva stood before the king. At that moment the people had steamed some peas for the horses, and poured them out into a trough. One of the monkeys that lived in the park jumped down from a tree, filled his mouth and hands with the peas, then up again, and sitting down in the tree he began to eat. As he ate, one pea fell from his hand upon the ground. Down dropped at once all the peas from his hands and mouth, and down from the tree he caused to hunt for the lost pea. But that pea he could not find. So he climbed up his tree again, and sat still very glum, looking like someone who had lost 1,000 in some lawsuit. The king observed how the monkey had done, and pointed it out to the Bodhisattva. "Friend, what do you think of that?" he asked, to which the Bodhisattva made answer, "King, this is what fools of little wit are wont to do. They spend a pound to win a penny." And he went on to repeat the first stanza. "A foolish monkey, living in the trees, O king, when both his hands were full of peas, has thrown them all away to look for one. There is no wisdom, sire, in such as these." Then the Bodhisattva approached the king, and addressing him again, repeated the second stanza. "Such are we, O mighty monarch, such all those that greedy be, losing much to gain a little, like the monkey and the pea." On hearing this address the king turned and went straight back to Benares. And the outlaws, hearing that the king had set forth from his capital to make mincemeat of his enemies, hurried away from the borders. At the time when this story was told, the outlaws ran away in just the same fashion. The king, after listening to the master's utterances, rose and took his leave, and went back to Savatthi. The master, after this discourse was at an end, identified the birth. "In those days Ananda was the king, and the wise counselor was I myself." Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 177. Tinduka Jataka. All around us see them stand, etc. This is a story told by the master whilst at Jetavana, about perfect knowledge. As in the Mahabodhi birth and the Amaga birth, on hearing his own knowledge praised, he remarked, "Not this once only is the Buddha wise, but wise he was before and fertile in all resource," and told the following old story. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was king in Benares, the Bodhisattva was born as a monkey, and with a troop of 80,000 monkeys he lived in Himalaya. Not far off was a village, sometimes inhabited and sometimes empty, and in the midst of this village was a tinduka tree, with sweet fruit, covered with twigs and branches. When the place was empty, all the monkeys used to go thither and eat the fruit. Once, in the fruit time, the village was full of people, a bamboo palisade set about it, and the gates guarded. And this tree stood with all its boughs bending beneath the weight of the fruit. The monkeys began to wonder. "There's such and such a village where we used to get fruit to eat. I wonder, has that tree fruit upon it or no? Are the people there or no?" At last they sent a scout monkey to spy. He found that there was fruit on the tree, and the village was crammed with people. When the monkeys heard that there was fruit on the tree, they determined to get that sweet fruit to eat. And waxing bold, a crowd of them went and told their chief. The chief asked, was the village full or empty? "Full," they said. "Then you must not go," said he, "because men are very deceitful. But, sire, we'll go at midnight, when everybody is fast asleep, and then eat." So this great company obtained leave of great their chief, and came down from the mountains, and waited on a hard by until the people retired to rest. In the middle watch, when people were asleep, they climbed the tree and began eating of the fruit. A man had to get up in the night for some necessary purpose. He went out into the village, and there he saw the monkeys. At once he gave the alarm. Out the people came, armed with bow and quiver, or holding any sort of weapon that came to hand, sticks or lumps of earth, and surrounded the tree. When dawn comes, thought they, "We have them." The 80,000 monkeys saw these people, and were scared to death. Thought they, "No help have we but our chief only." So to him they came and recited the first stanza. "All around us see them stand, warriors armed with bow and quiver. All around us, sword in hand. "Who is there who can deliver?" At this the monkey chief answered, "Fear not, human beings have plenty to do. It is the middle watch now. There they stand thinking, 'We'll kill them, but we will find some other business to hinder this business of theirs.'" And to console the monkeys he repeated the second stanza. "Men have many things to do. Something will disperse the meeting. See what still remains for you. Eat, while fruit is left for eating." The great being comforted the monkey troop. If they had not had this crumb of comfort, they would have broken their hearts and perished. When the great being had consoled the monkeys, he cried, "Assemble all the monkeys together." But in assembling them, there was one they could not find, his nephew, a monkey named Sanaka. So they told him that Sanaka was not among the troop. "If Sanaka is not here," said he, "have no fear. He will find a way to help you." Now at the time when the troop sallied forth, Sanaka had been asleep. Later he awoke and could not see any body about. So he followed their tracks, and by he saw all the people hastening up. "Some danger for our troop," thought he. Just then he spied, in a hut on the outskirts of the village, an old woman fast asleep before a lighted fire. And making as though he were a village child going out to the fields, Sanaka seized a firebrand, and standing well to windward, set light to the village. Then did every man leave the monkeys, and hurried up to quench the fire. So the monkeys scampered away, and each brought one fruit for Sanaka. When this discourse came to an end, the master identified the birth. Mahanamasaka was the nephew Sanaka of those days. Buddha's followers were the monkey troop, and I myself was their chief. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 178. Kacchapa Jataka. "Here was I born," etc. This story the master told in Jetavana, how a man got rid of malaria. It is said that malarial fever once broke out in a family of Savatthi. The parents said to their son, "Don't stay in this house, son. Make a hole in the wall and escape somewhere, and save your life. Then come back again. In this place a great hoard is buried. Dig it up, and restore the family fortunes, and a happy life to you." The young fellow did as he was bid. He broke through the wall and made his escape. When his complaint was cured, he returned and dug the treasure up, with which he set up his household. One day, laden with oil and ghee, clothes and raiment and other offerings, he repaired to Jetavana, and greeted the master and took his seat. The master entered into converse with him. "We hear," said he, "that you had cholera in your house. How did you escape it?" He told the master all about it. Said he, "In days of yore, as now, friend layman, when danger arose, there were people who were too fond of home to leave it, and they perished thereby, while those who were not too fond of it, but departed elsewhere, saved themselves alive." And then, at his request, the master told an old world story. Once on a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was born in a village as a potter's son. He plied the potter's trade, and had a wife and family to support. At that time there lay a great natural lake close by the great river of Benares. When there was much water, river and lake were one. But when the water was low, they were apart. Now fish and tortoises know by instinct when the year will be rainy and when there will be a drought. So at the time of our story, the fish and tortoises which lived in that lake knew there would be a drought. And when the two were one water, they swam out of the lake into the river. But there was one tortoise that would not go into the river, because, said he, "Here I was born, and here I have grown up, and here is my parents' home. Leave it I cannot." Then in the hot season the water all dried up. He dug a hole and buried himself, just in the place where the Bodhisattva was used to come for clay. There the Bodhisattva came to get some clay. With a big spade he dug down, till he cracked the tortoise shell, turning him out on the ground as though he were a large piece of clay. In his agony the creature thought, "Here I am, dying, all because I was too fond of my home to leave it." And in the words of these verses following he made his moan. "Here was I born, and here I lived. My refuge was the clay. And now the clay has played me false in a most grievous way. Thee I call, O Bhagava. Hear what I have to say. Go where thou canst find happiness. where'er the place may be, forest or village, there the wise both home and birthplace see. Go where there's life, nor stay at home for death to master thee. So he went on and on, talking to the Bodhisattva, till he died. The Bodhisattva picked him up, and collecting all the villagers addressed them thus. Look at this tortoise. When the other fish and tortoises went into the great river, he was too fond of home to go with them, and buried himself in the place where I get my clay. Then as I was digging for clay, I broke his shell with my big spade, and turned him out on the ground in the belief that he was a large lump of clay. Then he called to mind what he had done, lamented his fate in 2 verses of poetry, and expired. So you see he came to his end because he was too fond of his home. Take care not to be like this tortoise. Don't say to yourselves, I have sight, I have hearing, I have smell, I have taste, I have touch, I have a son, I have a daughter, I have numbers of men and maids for my service, I have precious gold. Do not cleave to these things with craving and desire. Each being passes through 3 stages of existence. Thus did he exhort the crowd with all a Buddha's skill. The discourse was bruited abroad all over India, and for full 7,000 years it was remembered. All the crowd abode by his exhortation, and gave alms and did good until at last they went to swell the hosts of heaven. When the master had made an end, he declared the truths and identified the birth. At the conclusion of the truths the young man was established in the fruit of the first path, saying, Ananda was then the tortoise, and the potter was I thyself. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 179. Satadhamma Jataka. What a trifle, etc. This story the master told while sojourning in Jetavana, about the 21 unlawful ways of earning a livelihood. At one time there were a great many brethren who used to get a living by being physicians or runners, doing errands on foot, exchanging alms for alms, and the like, the 21 unlawful callings. All this will be set forth in the Sakita birth. When the master found out that they got their living thus, the said, Now there are a great many brethren who get their living in unlawful ways. Those who get their living thus will not escape birth as goblins or disembodied spirits. They will become beasts of burden. They will be born in hell. For their benefit and blessing it is necessary to hold a discourse which bears its own moral clear and plain. So he summoned the community together and said, Brethren, you must not win your necessaries by the 21 unlawful methods. Food won unlawfully is like a piece of red-hot iron, like a deadly poison. These unlawful methods are blamed and rebuked by disciples of all Buddhas and Paksika Buddhas. For those who eat food gained by unlawful means there is no laughter and no joy. Food got in this way in my religion is like the leavings of one of the lowest caste. To partake of it, for a disciple of the religion of the good, is like partaking of the leavings of the vilest of mankind. And with these words he told all old world story. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was king of Benares, the Bodhisattva was born as the son of a man of the lowest caste. When he grew up, he took the road for some purpose, taking for his provision some rice grains in a basket. At that time there was a young fellow in Benares, named Satadhamma. He was the son of a Magnifico, a northern Brahmin. He also took the road for some purpose, but neither rice grains nor basket had he. The two met upon the highway. Said the young Brahmin to the other, What caste are you of? He replied, Of the lowest. And what are you? Oh, I am a northern Brahmin. All right, let us journey together. And so together they fared along. Breakfast time came. The Bodhisattva sat down where there was some nice water, and washed his hands and opened his basket. Will you have some? Said he. Tut, tut, says the other. I want none, you low fellow. All right, says the Bodhisattva. Careful to waste none. He put as much as he wanted in a leaf apart from the rest, fastened up his basket, and ate. Then he took a drink of water, washed his hands and feet, and picked up the rest of his rice and food. Come along, young sir, says he, and they started off again on their journey. All day they tramped along, and at evening they both had a bath in some nice water. When they came out, the Bodhisattva sat down in a nice place, undid his parcel, and began to eat. This time he did not offer the other a share. The young gentleman was tired with walking all day, and hungry to the bottom of his soul. There he stood, looking on and thinking, "If he offers me any, I'll take it." But the other ate away without a word. "This low fellow," thought the young man, "eats every scrap without a word. Well, I'll beg a piece. I can throw away the outside, which is defiled, and eat the rest." And so he did. He ate what was left. As soon as he had eaten, he thought, "How I have disgraced my birth, my clan, my family! Why, I have eaten the leavings of a low-born churl." Keen indeed was his remorse. He threw up the food, and blood came with it. "Oh, what a wicked deed I have done!" he wept, "all for the sake of a trifle." And he went on in the words of the first stanza, "What a trifle! And his leavings, given too against his will. And I am a high-born Brahmin, and the stuff has made me ill." Thus did the young gentleman make his lamentation, adding, "Why did I do such a wicked thing just for life's sake?" He plunged into the jungle, and never let any eye see him again, but there he died forlorn. When this story was ended, the master repeated, "Just as the young Brahmin brethren, after eating the leavings of a low-caste man, found that neither laughter nor joy was for him, because he had taken improper food. So whosoever has embraced this salvation, and gains a livelihood by unlawful means, when he eats the food and supports his life in any way that is blamed and disapproved by the Buddha, will find that there is no laughter and no joy for him." Then, becoming perfectly enlightened, he repeated the second stanza. "He that lives by being wicked, he that cares not if he sins, like the Brahmin in the story, has no joy of what he wins." When this discourse was concluded, the master declared the truths and identified the birth. At the conclusion of the truths, many brethren entered upon the paths and the fruit thereof, saying, "At the time of the story I was the low-caste man." Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukanipada. 180. Duddada Jataka. "'Tis hard to do as good men do," etc. This story the master told whilst in Jetavana, about alms given in common. Two friends at Savatthi, young men of good position, made a collection, providing all the necessaries to give the Buddha and his followers. They invited them all, provided bounty for 7 days, and on the 7th presented them with all their requisites. The eldest of these saluted the master and said, sitting beside him, "Sir, amongst the givers some gave much and some gave little, but let it bear much fruit for all alike." Then he offered the gift. The master's reply was, "In giving these things to the Buddha and his followers, you, my lay friends, have done a great deed. In days of old wise men gave their bounty thus, and thus offered their gifts." Then at his request he told a story. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was king of Benares, the Bodhisattva was born into a Brahmin family of Kasi. When he grew up, he was thoroughly educated at Takasila, after which he renounced the world and took up the religious life, and with a band of disciples went to live in Himalaya. There he lived a long time. Once, having need to procure salt and seasoning, he went on pilgrimage through the countryside, and in course of it he arrived at Benares. There he settled in the king's park, and on the following morning he and his company went a-begging to some village outside the gates. The people gave him alms. Next day he sought alms in the city. The people were all glad to give him their alms. They clubbed together and made a collection, and provided plenty for the band of anchorites. After the presentation their spokesman offered his gift with the same words as above. The Bodhisattva replied, "Friend, where faith is, no gift is small." And he returned his thanks in these verses following. "'Tis hard to do as good men do, to give as they can give. Bad men can hardly imitate the life which good men live. And so, when good and evil go to pass away from earth, the bad are born in hell below, in heaven the good have birth." This was his thanksgiving. He remained in the place for the 4 months of the rains, and then returned to Himalaya, where he practiced all the modes of holy meditation, and without a single interruption continued in them until he joined the hosts of heaven. When this discourse came to an end, the master identified the birth. "At that time," said he, "the Buddha's company was the body of ascetics, and I myself was their leader." Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 181. Asadisa Jataka. Prince Peerless, skilled in archer's craft, etc. This story the master told at Jetavana, about the great renunciation. The master said, "Not now alone, brethren, has the Tathagata made the great renunciation. In other days he also renounced the white parasol of royalty, and did the same." And he told a story of the past. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was king of Benares, the Bodhisattva was conceived as the son of the queen consort. She was safely delivered, and on his name day they gave him the name of Asadisa Kumara, Prince Peerless. About the time he was able to walk, the queen conceived one who was also to be a wise being. She was safely delivered, and on the name day they called the babe Brahmadatta Kumara, or Prince Heaven Sent. When Prince Peerless was 16, he went to Takasila for his education. There, at the feet of a world-famed teacher, he learnt the 3 Vedas and the 18 accomplishments. In the science of archery he was peerless. Then he returned to Benares. When the king was on his deathbed, he commanded that Prince Peerless should he king in his stead, and Prince Brahmadatta heir apparent. Then he died, after which the kingship was offered to Peerless, who refused, saying that he cared not for it. So they consecrated Brahmadatta to be king by sprinkling him. Peerless cared nothing for glory, and wanted nothing. While the younger brother ruled, Peerless lived in all royal state. The slaves came and slandered him to his brother. "Prince Peerless wants to be king," said they. Brahmadatta believed them and allowed himself to be deceived. He sent some men to take Peerless prisoner. One of Prince Peerless' attendants told him what was afoot. He waxed angry with his brother, and went away into another country. When he was arrived there, he sent in word to the king that an archer was come, and awaited him. "What wages does he ask?" the king inquired. 100,000 a year." "Good," said the king. "Let him enter." Peerless came into the presence, and stood waiting. "Are you the archer?" asked the king. "Yes, sire." "Very well, I take you into my service." After that Peerless remained in the service of this king. But the old archers were annoyed at the wage which was given him. "Too much," they grumbled. One day it so happened that the king went out into his park. There, at foot of a mango tree, where a screen had been put up before a certain stone seat of ceremony, he reclined upon a magnificent couch. He happened to look up, and there right at the treetop he saw a cluster of mango fruit. "It is too high to climb for," thought he. So summoning his archers, he asked them whether they could cut off yon cluster with an arrow, and bring it down for him. "Oh," said they, "that is not much for us to do, but your majesty has seen our skill often enough. The newcomer is so much better paid than we, that perhaps you might make him bring down the fruit." Then the king sent for Peerless, and asked him if he could do it. "Oh yes, your majesty, if I may choose my position." "What position do you want?" "The place where your couch stands." The king had the couch removed, and gave place. Peerless had no bow in his hand. He used to carry it underneath his bodycloth, so he must needs have a screen. The king ordered a screen to be brought and spread for him, and our archer went in. He doffed the white cloth which he wore over all, and put on a red cloth next his skin. Then he fastened his girdle and donned a red waistcloth. From a bag he took out a sword in pieces, which he put together and girt on his left side. Next he put on a mail coat of gold, fastened his bow case over his back, and took out his great ram's horn bow, made in several pieces, which he fitted together, fixed the bowstring red as coral, put a turban upon his head. Twirling the arrow with his nails, he threw open the screen and came out, looking like a serpent prince just emerging from the riven ground. He went to the place of shooting, arrow set to bow, and then put this question to the king. "Your majesty," said he, "am I to bring this fruit down with an upward shot, or by dropping the arrow upon it?" "My son," said the king, "I have often seen a mark brought down by the upward shot, but never one taken in the fall. You had better make the shaft fall on it." "Your majesty," said the archer, "this arrow will fly high. Up to the heaven of the 4 great kings it will fly, and then return of itself. You must please be patient till it returns." The king promised. Then the archer said again, "Your Majesty, this arrow in its upshot will pierce the stalk exactly in the middle, and when it comes down it will not swerve a hair's breadth either way, but hit the same spot to a nicety, and bring down the cluster with it." Then he sped the arrow forth swiftly. As the arrow went up it pierced the exact center of the mango stalk. By the time the archer knew his arrow had reached the place of the 4 great kings, he let fly another arrow with greater speed than the first. This struck the feather of the first arrow and turned it back. Then itself went up as far as the heaven of the 33 archangels. There the deities caught and kept it. The sound of the falling arrow as it cleft the air was as the sound of a thunderbolt. "What is that noise?" asked every man. "That is the arrow falling," our archer replied. The bystanders were all frightened to death, for fear the arrow should fall on them. But Peerless comforted them. "Fear nothing," said he, "and I will see that it does not fall on the earth." Down came the arrow, not a hairbreadth out either way, but neatly cut through the stalk of the mango cluster. The archer caught the arrow in one hand and the fruit in the other, so that they should not fall upon the ground. "We never saw such a thing before," cried the onlookers at this marvel. How they praised the great man! How they cheered and clapped and snapped their fingers, thousands of kerchiefs waving in the air. In their joy and delight the courtiers gave presents to Peerless amounting to 10 millions of money. And the king too showered gifts and honors upon him like rain. While the Bodhisattva was receiving such glory and honor at the hands of this king, 7 kings, who knew that there was no Prince Peerless in Benares, drew a leaguer around the city, and summoned its king to fight or yield. The king was frightened out of his life. "Where is my brother?" he asked. "He is in the service of a neighboring king," was the reply. "If my dear brother does not come," said he, "I am a dead man. Go, fall at his feet in my name. Appease him, bring him hither." His messengers came and did their errand. Peerless took leave of his master and returned to Benares. He comforted his brother and bade him fear nothing, then scratched a message upon an arrow to this effect: "I, Prince Peerless, am returned. I mean to kill you all with one arrow which I will shoot at you. Let those who care for life make their escape." This he shot so that it fell upon the very middle of a golden dish, from which the 7 kings were eating together. When they read the writing they all fled, half dead with fright. Thus did our prince put to flight 7 kings, without shedding even so much blood as a little fly might drink. Then, looking upon his younger brother, he renounced his lusts and forsook the world, cultivated the faculties and the attainments, and at his life's end came to Brahma's heaven. "And this is the way," said the master, "that Prince Peerless routed 7 kings and won the battle, after which he took up the religious life. Then, becoming perfectly enlightened, he uttered these 2 verses. Prince Peerless, skilled in archer's craft, a doughty chief was he. Swift as the lightning sped his shaft great warrior's bane to be. Among his foes what havoc done, yet hurt he not a soul. He saved his brother, and he won the grace of self-control." When the master had ended this discourse, he identified the birth. Ananda was then the younger brother, and I was myself the elder. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 182. Samgamavacara Jataka. O elephant, a hero thou, etc. This story the master told while staying at Jetavana, about elder Nanda. The master, on his first return to Kapila city, had received into the community Prince Nanda, his younger brother, and after returned to Savatthi and stayed there. Now Father Nanda, remembering how as he was leaving his home, after taking the bowl in the master's company, Janapada Kalyani was looking out of a window, with her hair half-combed, and she said, "Why, Prince Nanda is off with the master. Come back soon, dear Lord." Remembering this, I say, grew downcast and despondent, yellower and yellower, and the veins stood knotted over his skin. When the master learnt of this, he thought, "What if I could establish Nanda in sainthood?" To Nanda's cell he went, and sat on the seat which was offered him. "Well, Nanda," he asked, "are you content with our teaching, sir?" Replied Nanda, "I am in love with Janapada Kalyani, and I am not content." "Have you been on pilgrimage in the Himalaya?" "Nanda? No, sir, Not yet. Then we will go. But, sir, I have no miraculous power. How can I go? I will take you, Nanda. So saying, the master took him the hand, and thus passed through the air. On the way they passed over a burnt field. There, upon the charred stump of a tree, with nose and tail half gone, hair scorched off, and hide a cinder, nothing but skin, all covered with blood, sat a she-monkey. Do you see that monkey, Nanda? The master asked. Yes, sir. Take a good look at her, said he. Then he pointed out, stretching over 60 leagues, the uplands of Manasila, the 7 great lakes, Anotada and the rest, the 5 great rivers, the whole Himalaya highlands, with the magnificent hills named of gold, of silver, and of gems, and hundreds of other lovely spots. Next he asked, Nanda, have you ever seen the abode of the 33 archangels? No, sir, never, was the reply. Come along, Nanda, said he, and I will show you the abode of the 33. Therewith he brought him to the Yellowstone throne, and made him sit on it. Saka, king of the gods in 2 heavens, came with his host of gods, gave greeting and sat down on one side. His handmaids to the number of 25 million, and 500 nymphs with dove's feet, came and made greeting, then sat down on one side. The master made Nanda look at these 500 nymphs again and again, with desire after them. Nanda, said he, do you see these dove's foot nymphs? Yes, sir. Well, which is prettiest, they or Janapada Kalyani? Oh, sir, as that wretched ape was in comparison with Janapada Kalyani, so is she compared with these. Well, Nanda, what are you going to do? How is it possible, sir, to win these nymphs? By living as an ascetic, sir, said the master. One may win these nymphs. The lad said, if the blessed one pledges his word that an ascetic life will win these nymphs, an ascetic life I will lead. Agreed, Nanda, I pledge my word. Well, sir, said he, don't let us make a long business of it. Let us be off, and I will become an ascetic. The master brought him to Jetavana back again. The elder began to follow the ascetic life. The master recounted to Sariputta, the captain of the faith, how his younger brother had made him pledge himself in the midst of the gods in the heaven of the 33 about the nymphs. In the same manner, he told the story to Elder Mahamoggalana, to Elder Mahakassapa, to Elder Anuruddha, to Elder Ananda, the treasurer of the faith, 80 great disciples in all. And then, one after the other, he told it to the other brethren. The captain of the faith, Elder Sariputta, asked Elder Nanda, is it true, as I hear, friend, that you have the Buddha's pledged word that you shall win the nymphs of the gods in the heaven of the 33, by passing your life as an ascetic? Then, he went on, is not your holy life all bound up with womankind and lust? If you live chaste just for the sake of women, what is the difference between you and a laborer who works for hire? This saying quenched all the fire in him and made him ashamed of himself. In the same way all the 80 chief disciples, and all the rest of the brethren, made this worthy father ashamed. I have been wrong, thought he. In all shame and remorse, he screwed up his courage, and set to work to develop his spiritual insight. Soon he attained to sainthood. He came to the master and said, Sir, I release the blessed one from his promise. The master said, if you have attained sainthood, Nanda, I am thereby released from my promise. When the brethren heard of this, they began to talk it over in their hall of truth. How docile yon elder Nanda is, to be sure. Why, friend, one word of advice awakened his sense of shame. At once he began to live as an ascetic, and now he is a saint. The master came in and asked what they were talking about together. They told him. Brethren, said he, Nanda was just as docile in former days as he is now. And then he told them a story. Once upon a time when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was born as an elephant trainer's son. When he grew up, he was carefully taught all that pertains to the training of elephants. He was in the service of a king who was an enemy to the king of Benares. He trained this king's elephant of state to perfection. The king determined to capture Benares. Mounting upon his state elephant, he led a mighty host against Benares and laid siege to it. Then he sent a letter to the king of the city, fight or yield. The king chose to fight. Walls and gates, towers and battlements he manned with a great host, and defied the foe. The hostile king armed his state elephant, and clad himself in armor, took a sharp goad in his hand, and drove his beast citywards. "Now," said he, "I'll storm this city and kill my enemy, and get his realms into my hands." But at sight of the defenders who cast boiling mud, and stones from their catapults, and all kinds of missiles, the elephant was scared out of his wits and would not come near the place. Thereupon up came the trainer, crying, "Son, a hero like you is quite at home in the battlefield. In such a place it is disgraceful to turn tail." And to encourage his elephant, he uttered these two verses. "O elephant, a hero thou, whose home is in the field, there stands the gate before thee now. Why dost thou turn and yield? Make haste, break through the iron bar and beat the pillars down, crash through the gates, made fast for war, and enter in the town." The elephant listened. One word of advice was enough to turn him. Winding his trunk about the shafts of the pillars, he tore them up like so many toadstools. He beat against the gateway, broke down the bars, and forcing his way through entered the city and won it for his king. When the master had finished this discourse, he identified the birth. In those days Nanda was the elephant, Ananda was the king, and the trainer was I myself. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada.
183 Valodaka Jataka.
This sorry draft, etc. This story the master told whilst at Jetavana, about 500 persons who ate broken meat. At Savatthi, we learn, were 500 persons who had left the stumbling block of a worldly life to their sons and daughters, and lived all together sitting under the master's preaching. Of these, some were in the first path, some in the second, some in the third. Not a single one but had embraced salvation. They that invited the master invited these also. But they had 500 pages waiting upon them, to bring them toothbrushes, mouth-water, and garlands of flowers. These lads used to eat their broken meat. After their meal and a nap, they used to run down to the Asuravati, and on the river bank they would wrestle like very Malians, shouting all the time. But the 500 lay brethren were quiet, made very little noise, courted solitude. The master happened to hear the pages shouting. "What is that noise, Ananda?" he asked. "The pages who eat the broken meat," was the reply. The master said, "Ananda, this is not the only time these pages have fed on broken meat, and made a great noise after it. They used to do the same in the olden days, and then too these lay brethren were just as quiet as they are now." So saying, at his request, the master told a story of the past. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was king of Benares, the Bodhisattva was born as the son of one of his courtiers, and became the king's advisor in all things both temporal and spiritual. Word came to the king of a revolt on the frontier. He ordered 500 chargers to he got ready, and an army complete in its 4 parts. With this he set out, and quelled the rising, after which he returned to Benares. When he came home, he gave order, "As the horses are tired, let them have some juicy food, some grape juice to drink." The steeds took this delicious drink, then retired to their stables and stood quietly each in his stall. But there was a mass of leavings, with nearly all the goodness squeezed out of it. The keepers asked the king what to do with that. "Knead it up with water," was his command. "Strain through a towel, and give it to the donkeys who carry the horses' provender." This wretched stuff the donkeys drank up. It maddened them, and they galloped about the palace yard braying loudly. From an open window the king saw the Bodhisattva, and called out to him, "Look there! How mad these donkeys are from that sorry drink! How they bray, how they caper! But those fine thoroughbreds that drank the strong liquor, they make no noise. They are perfectly quiet and jump not at all. What is the meaning of this?" And he repeated the first stanza. "This sorry draught, the goodness all strained out, drives all these asses in a drunken rout. The thoroughbreds that drank the potent juice stand silent, nor skip capering about." And the Bodhisattva explained the matter in the second stanza. "The low-born churl, though he but taste and try, is frolicsome and drunken by and by. He that is gentle keeps a steady brain, even if he drain most potent liquor dry." When the king had listened to the Bodhisattva's answer, he had the donkeys driven out of his courtyard. Then, abiding by the Bodhisattva's advice, He alms and did good until he passed away to fare according to his deserts. When this discourse was ended, the master identified the birth as follows. At that time these pages were the 500 asses, these lay brethren were the 500 thoroughbreds, Ananda was the king, and the wise courtier was I myself. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 184. Gijjha Jataka. Thanks to the groom, etc. This story the master told while staying in Velluvana Park, about keeping bad company. The circumstances have been already recounted under the Mahalamukha Jataka. Again, as before, the master said, in former days this brother kept bad company just as he does now. Then he told an old story. Once upon a time, there was a king named Sama, the Black, reigning in Benares. In those days, the Bodhisattva was one of a courtier's family, and grew up to be the king's temporal and spiritual advisor. Now the king had a state horse named Pandava, and one Jivadanta was his trainer, a lame man. The horse used to watch him as he tramped on and on in front, holding the halter, and knowing him to be his trainer, imitated him and limped too. Somebody told the king how the horse was limping. The king sent surgeons. They examined the horse but found him perfectly sound, and so accordingly made report. Then the king sent the Bodhisattva. Go, friend, said he, and find out all about it. He soon found out that the horse was lame because he went about with a lame trainer. So he told the king what it was. It's a case of bad company, said he, and went on to repeat the first stanza. Thanks to the groom, poor Pandava is in a parlous state. No more displays his former ways, but needs must imitate. Well now, my friend, said the king. What's to be done? Get a good groom, replied the Bodhisattva, and the horse will be as good as ever. Then he repeated the second stanza. Find but a fit and proper groom, on whom you can depend, to bridle him and exercise. The horse will quickly mend. His sorry plight will be set right. He imitates his friend. The king did so. The horse became as good as before. The king showed great honor to the Bodhisattva, being pleased that he knew even the ways of animals. The master, when this discourse was ended, identified the birth. Devdatta was Jivadanta in those days. The brother who keeps bad company was the horse, and the wise counselor was I myself. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 185. Uraga Jataka. Thick, muddy water, etc. This story the master told while staying in Jetavana, and it was about a young Brahmin. A young Brahmin, as they say, belonging to Savatthi, had mastered the 3 Vedas, and used to teach sacred verses to a number of young Brahmins and Kshatriyas. In time he settled down as a married man. His thoughts being now busy with wealth and ornaments, serving men and serving women, lands and substance, kine and buffaloes, sons and daughters, he became subject to passion, error, folly. This obscured his wits, so that he forgot how to repeat his formulae in due order, and every now and then the charms did not come clear in his mind. This man one day procured a quantity of flowers and sweet scents, and these he took to the master in Jetavana Park. After his greeting, he sat down on one side. The master talked pleasantly to him. Well, young sir, you are a teacher of the sacred verses. Do you know them all by heart? Well, sir, I used to know them all right, but since I married my mind has been darkened, and I don't know them any longer. Ah, young sir, the master said. Just the same happened before. At first your mind was clear, and you knew all your verses perfectly, but when your mind was obscured by passions and lusts, you could no longer clearly see them. Then, at his request, the master told the following story. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was king of Benares, the Bodhisattva was born in the family of a Brahmin Magnifico. When he grew up, it studied under a far-famed teacher of Takasila, where he learnt all magic charms. After returning to Benares, he taught these charms to a large number of Brahmin and Kshatriya youths. Amongst these youths was one young Brahmin who had learnt the 3 Vedas by heart. He became a master of ritual, and could repeat the whole of the sacred texts without stumbling in a single line. By and by he married and settled down. Then household cares clouded his mind, and no longer could he repeat the sacred verses. One day his teacher paid him a visit. "Well, young sir," he inquired, "do you know all your verses off by heart?" "Since I have been the head of a household," was the reply, "my mind has been clouded and I cannot repeat them." "My son," said his teacher, "when the mind is clouded, no matter how perfectly the scriptures have been learnt, they will not stand out clear. But when the mind is serene, there is no forgetting them." And thereupon he repeated the 2 verses following. "Thick, muddy water will not show fish or shell or sand or gravel that may lie below. So with a clouded wit, nor your nor others' good is seen in it. Clear, quiet waters ever show all, be it fish or shell that lies below. So with unclouded wit, both your and others' good shows clear in it." When the master had finished this discourse, he declared the truths and identified the birth. At the conclusion of the truths, the young Brahmin entered upon the fruit of the first path. In those days, this youth was the young Brahmin, and I was his teacher. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 186. Dadi Vahana Jataka. Sweet was once the mango's savor, etc. This story the master told whilst dwelling in Jetavana, on the subject of keeping bad company. The circumstances were the same as above. Again the master said, "Brethren, bad company is evil and injurious. Why should one talk of the evil effects of bad company on human beings? In days long gone by, even a vegetable, a mango tree, whose sweet fruit was a dish fit for the gods, turned sour and bitter through the influence of a noisome and bitter nim tree." Then he told a story. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, for Brahmins, brothers of the land of Kasi, left the world and became hermits. They built themselves 4 huts in a row in the highlands of the Himalaya, and there they lived. The eldest brother died, and was born as Saka. Knowing who he had been, he used to visit the others every 7 or 8 days, and lend them a helping hand. One day, he visited the eldest of the anchorites, and after the usual greeting, took his seat to one side. "Well, sir, how can I serve you?" he inquired. The hermit, who was suffering from jaundice, replied, "Fire is what I want." Saka gave him a razor axe. A razor axe is so called because it serves as razor or as axe according as you fit it into the handle. "Why," said the hermit, "who is there to get me firewood with this?" "If you want a fire, sir," replied Saka, "all you have to do is to strike your hand upon the axe and say, 'Fetch wood and make a fire.' The axe will fetch the wood and make you the fire." After giving him this razor axe, he next visited the second brother, and asked him the same question. "How can I serve you, sir?" Now there was an elephant track by his hut, and the creatures annoyed him. So he told Saka that he was annoyed by elephants, and wanted them to be driven away. Saka gave him a drum. "If you beat upon this side, sir," he explained, "your enemies will run away. But if you strike the other, they will become your firm friends, and will encompass you with an army in 4-fold array." Then he handed him the drum. Lastly, he made a visit to the youngest, and asked as before how he could serve him. He too had jaundice, and what he said was, "Please give me some curds." Saka gave him a milk bowl with these words, "Turn this over if you want anything, and a great river will pour out of it, and will flood the whole place, and it will be able even to win a kingdom for you." With these words he departed. After this the axe used to make fire for the eldest brother, the second used to beat upon one side of his drum and drive the elephants away, and the youngest had his curds to eat. About this time a wild boar, that lived in a ruined village, lit upon a gem possessed of magic power. Picking up the gem in his mouth, he rose in the air by its magic. From afar he could see an isle in mid-ocean, and there he resolved to live. So descending he chose a pleasant spot beneath a mango tree, and there he made his abode. One day he fell asleep under the tree, with the jewel lying in front of him. Now a certain man from the Kasi country, who had been turned out of doors by his parents as a ne'er-do-well, had made his way to a seaport, where he embarked on shipboard as a sailor's drudge. In mid-sea the ship was wrecked, and he floated upon a plank to this island. As he wandered in search of fruit, he espied our boar fast asleep. Quietly he crept up, seized the gem, and found himself by magic rising through the air. He alighted on the mango tree and pondered. The magic of this gem, thought he, has taught yon boar to be a skywalker. That's how he got here, I suppose. Well, I must kill him and make a meal of him first, and then I'll be off. So he snapped off a twig, dropping it upon the boar's head. The boar woke up, and seeing no gem, ran trembling up and down. The man up in the tree laughed. The boar looked up, and seeing him ran his head against the tree, and killed himself. The man came down, lit a fire, cooked the boar and made a meal. Then he rose up in the sky, and set out on his journey. As he passed over the Himalaya, he saw the hermit's settlement. So he descended, and spent 2 or 3 days in the eldest brother's hut, entertaining and entertained, and he found out the virtue of the axe. He made up his mind to get it for himself. So he showed our hermit the virtue of his gem, and offered to exchange it for the axe. The hermit longed to be able to pass through mid-air, and struck the bargain. The man took the axe and departed. But before he had gone very far, he struck upon it and said, "Axe, smash that hermit's skull and bring the gem to me." Off flew the axe, clove the hermit's skull, and brought the gem back. Then the man hid the axe away, and paid a visit to the second brother. With him the visitor stayed a few days, and soon discovered the power of his drum. Then he exchanged his gem for the drum as before, and as before made the axe cleave the owner's skull. After this he went on to the youngest of the 3 hermits, found out the power of the milk bowl, gave his jewel in exchange for it, and as before sent his axe to cleave the man's skull. Thus he was now owner of jewel, axe, drum, and milk bowl, all 4. He now rose up and passed through the air. Stopping hard by Benares, he wrote a letter which he sent by a messenger's hands, that the king must either fight him or yield. On receipt of this message the king sallied forth to seize the scoundrel. But he beat on one side of his drum, and was promptly surrounded by an army in 4-fold array. When he saw that the king had deployed his forces, he then overturned the milk bowl, and a great river poured forth. Multitudes were drowned in the river of curds. Next he struck upon his axe. "Fetch me the king's head," cried he. Away went the axe, and came back and dropped the head at his feet. Not a man could raise hand against him. So encompassed by a mighty host, he entered the city, and caused himself to be anointed king under the title of King Daddivahana, or carried on the curds, and ruled righteously. One day, as the king was amusing himself by casting a net into the river, he caught a mango fruit, fit for the gods, which had floated down from Lake Kanamunda. When the net was hauled out, the mango was found, and shown to the king. It was a huge fruit, as big as a basin, round, and golden in color. The king asked what the fruit was. "Mango," said the foresters. He ate it and had the stone planted in his park, and watered with milk water. The tree sprouted up, and in 3 years it bore fruit. Great was the worship paid to this tree. Milk water was poured about it. Perfumed garlands with 5 sprays were hung upon it. Wreaths were festooned about it. A lamp was kept burning and fed with scented oil, and all round it was a screen of cloth. The fruit was sweet, and had the color of fine gold. King Daddivahana, before sending presents of these mangoes to other kings, used to prick with a thorn that place in the stone where the sprout would come from, for fear of their growing the like by planting it. When they ate the fruit they used to plant the stone, but they could not get it to take root. They inquired the reason, and learnt how the matter was. One king asked his gardener whether he could spoil the flavor of this fruit, and turn it bitter on the tree. Yes, the man said he could. So his king gave him 1,000 pieces and sent him on his errand. So soon as he had arrived in Benares, the man sent a message to the king that a gardener was come. The king admitted him to the presence. After the man had saluted him, the king asked, "You are a gardener?" "Yes, sire," said the man, and began to sound his own praises. "Very well," said the king. "You may go and assist my park keeper." So after that these used both to look after the royal grounds. The new comber managed to make the park look more beautiful by forcing flowers and fruit out of their season. This pleased the king, so that he dismissed the former keeper and gave the park into sole charge of the new one. No sooner had this man got the park into his own hands than he planted nims and creepers about the choice mango tree. By and by the nims sprouted up. Above and below, root with root and branch with branch, these were all entangled with the mango tree. Thus this tree, with its sweet fruit, grew bitter as the bitter-leaved nim by the company of this noxious and sour plant. As soon as the gardener knew that the fruit had gone bitter, he took to his heels. King Daddivahana went a-walking in his pleasaunce, and took a bite of the mango fruit. The juice in his mouth tasted like a nasty nim. Swallow it he could not, so he coughed and spat it out. Now at that time the Bodhisattva was his temporal and spiritual counselor. The king turned to him. "Wise sir, this tree is as carefully cared for as ever, and yet its fruit has gone bitter. What's the meaning of it?" And asking this question, he repeated the first stanza. "Sweet was once the mango's savor, sweet its scent, its color gold. What has caused this bitter flavor? For we tend it as of old." The Bodhisattva explained the reason in the second stanza. "Round about the trunk entwining, branch with branch and root with root, see the bitter creeper climbing. That is what has spoilt your fruit. And so you see bad company will make the better follow suit." On hearing this, the Bodhisattva caused all the nims and creepers to be removed, and their roots pulled up. The noxious soil was all taken away, and sweet earth put in its place. And the tree was carefully fed with sweet water, milk water, scented water. Then by absorbing all this sweetness, its fruit grew sweet again. The king put his former gardener in charge of the park, and after his life was done passed away to fare according to his deserts. After this discourse was ended, the master identified the birth. "In those days I was the wise counselor." Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 187. Katamata Jataka. Sit and sing, etc. This story the master told while staying at Jetavana, about an old brother. Once, we are told, two of the chief disciples were sitting together, questioning and answering, when up came old brother and made a third. Taking a seat, he said, "I have a question too, sirs, which I should like to ask you, and if you have any difficulty, you may put it to me." The elders were disgusted. They rose up and left him. The congregation who listened to the discourse of the elders, after the meeting broke up, came to the master. He asked what brought them there untimely, and they told him what had happened. He replied, "This is not the first time, brethren, that Sariputta and Moggallana have been disgusted with this man, and left him without a word. It was just the same in olden days." And he proceeded to tell a story of the past. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was king of Benares, the Bodhisattva became a tree sprite that lived in a forest. Two young geese flew down from Mount Siddhakuta and perched upon this tree. They flew about in search of food, returned thither again, and after resting flew back to their mountain home. As time went on and on, the sprite struck up a friendship with them. Coming and going, they were great friends, and used to talk of religion to one another before they parted. It happened one day as the birds sat on the treetop, talking with the Bodhisattva, that a jackal, halting at the foot of the tree, addressed the young geese in the words of the following stanza. "Sit and sing upon the tree, if in private you would be. Sit upon the ground, and sing." Verses to the beast's own king. Filled with disgust, the young geese took wing and flew back to Siddhakuta. When they were gone, the Bodhisattva repeated the second stanza for the jackal's benefit. "Fair wing here to fair wing sings, God to God sweet converse brings. Perfect beauty you must then, back into your hole again." When the master had ended this discourse, he identified the birth. In those times the old man was the jackal, Sariputta and Moggallana the two young geese, and I myself was the tree sprite. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 188. Sahakathuka Jataka. Lion's claws and lion's paws, etc. This is a story told by the master whilst at Jetavana, about Kokalika. They say that Kokalika one day, hearing a number of wise brethren preaching, desired to preach himself. All the rest is like the circumstances given in a previous tale. This time again the master, on hearing of it, said, "Not this once only has Kokalika been shown up for what he was worth by means of his own voice. The very same thing happened before." And he told a story. Once on a time, when Brahmadatta was king of Benares, the Bodhisattva was a lion in the Himalaya mountains, and he had a cub by a she-jackal who mated with him. The cub was just like his sire in toes, claws, mane, color, figure, all these, but in voice he was like his dam. One day, after a shower of rain, all the lions were gamboling together and roaring. The cub thought he would like to roar too, and yelped like a jackal. On hearing which all the lions fell silent at once. Another cub of the same sire, own brother of this one, heard the sound and said, "Father, yon lion is like us in color and everything except in voice. Who's he?" In asking which question he repeated the first stanza. "Lion's claws and lion's paws, lion's feet to stand upon, but the bellow of this fellow sounds not like a lion's son." In answer the Bodhisattva said, "It's your brother, the jackal's cub, like me in form, but in voice like his dam." Then he gave a word of advice to the other cub. "My dear son, as long as you live here, keep a quiet tongue in your head. If you give tongue again, they'll all find out that you are a jackal." To drive the advice home, he repeated the second stanza. "All will see what kind you be, if you yelp as once before. So don't try it, but keep quiet. Yours is not a lion's roar." After this advice, the creature never again so much as tried to roar. When the master had finished this discourse, he identified the birth. In those days Kokalika was the jackal, Rahula was the brother cub, and the king of beasts was I myself. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 189. Sigala Jataka. Nor lion nor tiger I see, etc. This story, like the last, was about Kokalika, told by the master in Jetavana. This time he wanted to intone. The master, on hearing of it, told the following story. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was born in a farmer's family, and when he grew up he got a livelihood by tillage. At the same time there was a merchant who used to go about hawking goods, which a donkey carried for him. Wherever he went, he used to take his bundle off the ass, and throw a lion skin over him, and then turn him loose in the rice and barley fields. When the watchmen saw this creature, they imagined him to be a lion, and so durst not come near him. One day this hawker stopped at a certain village, and while he was getting his own breakfast cooked, he turned the ass loose in a barley field with the lion skin on. The watchmen thought it was a lion, and durst not come near, but fled home and gave the alarm. All the villagers armed themselves, and hurried to the field, shouting and blowing on conchs and beating drums. The ass was frightened out of his wits, and gave a hee-haw. Then the Bodhisattva, seeing that it was a donkey, repeated the first stanza. "Nor lion nor tiger I see, not even a leopard is he, but a donkey, the wretched old hack, with a lion skin over his back." As soon as the villagers learnt that it was only an ass, they cudgeled him till they broke his bones, and then went off with the lion skin. When the merchant appeared, and found that his ass had come to grief, he repeated the second stanza. "The donkey, if he had been wise, might long the green barley have eaten. A lion skin was his disguise, but he gave a hee-haw, and got beaten." As he was in the act of uttering these words, the ass expired. The merchant left him and went his way. After this discourse was ended, the master identified the birth. At that time Kokalika was the ass, and the wise farmer was I myself. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 190. Alinacitta Jataka. Behold the fruit of sacrifice, etc. This story the master told whilst staying in Jetavana, about a believing layman. This was a faithful, pious soul, an elect disciple. One evening, on his way to Jetavana, he came to the hank of the river Asuravati, when the ferrymen had pulled up their boat on the shore in order to attend service. As no boat could be seen at the landing stage, and our friend's mind being full of delightful thoughts of the Buddha, he walked into the river. His feet did not sink below the water. He got as far as mid-river walking as though he were on dry land. But there he noticed the waves. Then his ecstasy subsided, and his feet began to sink. Again he strung himself up to high tension, and walked on over the water. So he arrived at Jetavana, greeted the master, and took a seat on one side. The master entered into conversation with him pleasantly. "I hope, good layman," said he, "you had no mishap on your way." "Oh, sir," he replied, "on my way I was so absorbed in thoughts of the Buddha that I set foot upon the river, but I walked over it as though it had been dry ground." "Ah, friend layman," said the master, "you are not the only one who has kept safe by remembering the virtues of the Buddha. In olden days pious laymen have been shipwrecked in mid-ocean, and saved themselves by remembering the Buddha's virtues." Then, at the man's request, he told an old-world tale. Once upon a time, in the days when Kassapa was Supreme Buddha, a disciple who had entered on the paths, took passage on board ship in company with a barber of some considerable property. The barber's wife had given him in charge of our friend, to look after him in better and in worse. A week later, the ship was wrecked in mid-ocean. These two persons clinging to one plank were cast up on an island. There the barber killed some birds, and cooked them, offering a share of his meal to the lay brother. "No, thank you," said he. "I have had enough." He was thinking to himself, "In this place there is no help for us except the 3 jewels." And so he pondered upon the blessings of the 3 jewels. As he pondered and pondered, a serpent king who had been born in that isle changed his own body to the shape of a great ship. The ship was filled with the 7 kinds of precious things. A spirit of the sea was the helmsman. The 3 masts were made of sapphire, the anchor of gold, the ropes of silver, and the planks were golden. The sea spirit stood on board, crying, "Any passengers for India?" The lay brother said, "Yes, that's where we are bound for." "In with you then, on board with you." He went aboard and wanted to call his friend the barber. "You may come," says the helmsman, "but not he." "Why not?" "He is not a man of holy life, that's why," said the other. "I brought this ship for you, not for him." "Very well, the gifts I have given, the virtues I have practiced, the powers I have developed, I give him the fruit of all of them." "I thank you, master," said the barber. "Now," said the sea spirit, "I can take you aboard." So he conveyed them both over sea, and sailed upstream to Benares. There, by his power, he created a store of wealth for both of them, and bespoke them thus: "Keep company with the wise and good." If this barber had not been in company with this pious layman, he would have perished in the midst of the deep. Then he uttered these verses in praise of good company. "Behold the fruit of sacrifice, virtue, and piety. A serpent in ship shape conveys the good man o'er the sea. Make friendship only with the good, and keep good company." Friends with the good, this barber could his home in safety see. Thus did the spirit of the sea hold forth, poised in mid-air. Finally he went to his own abode, taking the serpent king along with him. The master, after finishing this discourse, declared the truths and identified the birth. At the conclusion of the truths, the pious layman entered on the fruit of the second path. On that occasion the converted lay brother attained nirvana. Sariputta was the serpent king, and the sea spirit was I myself. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkhanipada. 191. Rahaka Jataka. Even a broken bowstring, etc. This story the master told while dwelling in Jetavana, about temptation arising from a former wife. The circumstances will be explained in the 8th book, in the Indriya Jataka. Then the master said to this brother, "That is a woman who does you harm. In former times, too, she put you to the blush before the king and his whole court, and gave you good reason to leave your home." And he told an old world tale. Once upon a time, when King Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was born of his chief queen. He came of age and his father passed away, and then he became king and ruled in righteousness. The Bodhisattva had a chaplain named Rahaka, and this Rahaka had an old Brahmin woman to wife. The king gave the Brahmin a horse accoutred with all its trappings, and he mounted the horse and went to wait upon the king. As he rode along on the back of his richly caparisoned steed, the people on this side and that were loud in its praise, "See that fine horse!" they cried. "What a beauty!" When he came home again, he went into his mansion and told his wife. "Good wife," said he, "our horse is passing fine. Right and left the people are all speaking in praise of it." Now his wife was no better than she should be, and full of deceit. So she made reply to him thus, "Ah, husband, you do not know wherein lies the beauty of this horse. It is all in his fine trappings. Now if you would make yourself fine like the horse, put his trappings on yourself and go down into the street, prancing along horse fashion. You will see the king, and he will praise you, and all the people will praise you." This fool of a Brahmin listened to it all, but did not know what she purposed. So he believed her and did as she had said. All that saw him laughed aloud. "There goes a fine professor," said they all, and the king cried shame on him. "Why, my teacher," said he, "has your bile gone wrong? Are you crazy?" At this the Brahmin thought that he must have behaved amiss, and he was ashamed. So he was wroth with his wife, and made haste home, saying to himself, "The woman has shamed me before the king and all his army. I will chastise her and turn her out of doors." But the crafty woman found out that he had come home in anger. She stole a march on him and departed by a side door, and made her way to the palace, where she stayed 4 or 5 days. When the king heard of it, he sent for his chaplain and said to him, "My teacher, all womankind are full of faults. You ought to forgive this lady." And with intent to make him forgive, he uttered the first stanza, "Even a broken bowstring can be mended and made whole. Forgive your wife, and cherish not this anger in your soul." Hearing this, Rahaka uttered the second, "While there is bark and workmen too, 'tis easy to buy bowstrings new. Another wife I will procure. I've had enough of this one, sure." So saying, he sent her away, and took him another Brahmin woman to wife. The master, after finishing this discourse, declared the truths and identified the birth. At the conclusion of the truths, the tempted brother was established in the fruit of the first path. On that occasion the former wife was the same, Rahaka was the tempted brother, and I was the king of Benares. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. Sirika Jataka. Even though women may be fair, etc., this story will be given in the Maha Amaga Jataka. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 193. Kula Paduma Jataka. 'Tis I, no other, etc. This story the master told while dwelling at Jetavana about a backsliding brother. The circumstances will be explained in the Amadanti birth. When this brother was asked by the master whether he were really a backslider, he replied that he was. "Who," said the master, "has caused you to backslide?" He replied that he had seen a woman dressed up in finery, and overcome by passion he had backslidden. Then the master said, "Brother, womankind are all ungrateful and treacherous. Wise men of old were even so stupid as to give the blood from their own right knee for them to drink, and made them presents all their life long, and yet did not win their hearts." And he told an old world tale. Once upon a time, when King Brahmadatta reigned over Benares, the Bodhisattva was born as his chief queen's son. On his name day they called him Prince Paduma, the Lotus Prince. After him came 6 younger brothers. One after another these 7 came of age and married and settled down, living as the king's companions. One day the king looked out into the palace courts, and as he looked he saw these men with a great following on their way to wait upon himself. He conceived the suspicion that they meant to slay him and seize his kingdom. So he sent for them, and after this fashion bespake them. My sons, you may not dwell in this town. So go elsewhere, and when I die you shall return and take the kingdom which belongs to our family. They agreed to their father's words, and went home weeping and wailing. It matters not where we go, they cried, and taking their wives with them, they left the city and journeyed along the road. By and by they came to a wood, where they could get no food or drink. And being unable to bear the pangs of hunger, they determined to save their lives at the women's cost. They seized the youngest brother's wife and slew her. They cut up her body into 13 parts and ate it. But the Bodhisattva and his wife set aside one portion and ate the other between them. Thus they did 6 days and slew and ate 6 of the women. And each day the Bodhisattva set one portion aside, so that he had 6 portions saved. On the 7th day the others would have taken the Bodhisattva's wife to kill her. But instead he gave them the 6 portions which he had kept. Eat these, said he. Tomorrow I will manage. They all did eat the flesh, and when the time came that they fell asleep, the Bodhisattva and his wife made off together. When they had gone a little space, the woman said, Husband, I can go no further. So the Bodhisattva took her upon his shoulders, and at sunrise he came out of the wood. When the sun was risen, said she, Husband, I am thirsty. There is no water, dear wife, said he. But she begged him again and again, until he struck his right knee with his sword, and said, Water there is none. But sit you down and drink the blood here from my knee. And so she did. By and by they came to the mighty Ganges. They drank, they bathed, they ate all manner of fruits, and rested in a pleasant spot. And there by a bend of the river they made a hermit's hut and took up their abode in it. Now it happened that a robber in the regions of Upper Ganges had been guilty of high treason. His hands and feet, and his nose and ears had been cut off, and he was laid in a canoe, and left to drift down the great river. To this place he floated, groaning aloud with pain. The Bodhisattva heard his piteous wailing. While I live, said he, no poor creature shall perish for me. And to the river bank he went and saved the man. He brought him to the hut, and with astringent lotions and ointments he tended his wounds. But his wife said to herself, Here is a nice lazy fellow he has fetched out of the Ganges to look after. And she went about spitting for disgust at the fellow. Now when the man's wounds were growing together, the Bodhisattva had him to dwell there in the hut along with his wife, and he brought fruits of all kinds from the forest to feed both him and the woman. And as they thus dwelt together, the woman fell in love with the fellow, and committed sin. Then she desired to kill the Bodhisattva and said to him, Husband, as I sat on your shoulder when I came out from the forest, I saw yon hill, and I vowed that if ever you and I should be saved, and come to no harm, I would make offering to the Holy Spirit of the hill. Now this spirit haunts me, and I desire to pay my offering. Very good, said the Bodhisattva, not knowing her guile. He prepared an offering, and delivering to her the vessel of offering, he climbed the hill top. Then his wife said to him, Husband, not the hill spirit, but you are my chief of gods. Then in your honor first of all I will offer wild flowers, and walk reverently round you, keeping you on the right and salute you, and after that I will make my offering to the mountain spirit. So saying, she placed him facing a precipice, and pretended that she was fain to salute him in reverent fashion. Thus getting behind him, she smote him on the hack, and hurled him down the precipice. Then she cried in her joy, I have seen the back of my enemy! And she came down from the mountain, and went into the presence of her paramour. Now the Bodhisattva tumbled down the cliff, but he stuck fast in a clump of leaves on the top of a fig tree where there were no thorns. Yet he could not get down the hill, so there he sat among the branches, eating the figs. It happened that a huge iguana used to climb the hill from the foot of it, and would eat the fruit of this fig tree. That day he saw the Bodhisattva and took to flight. On the next day he came and ate some fruit on one side of it. Again and again he came, till at last he struck up a friendship with the Bodhisattva. How did you get to this place? he asked, and the Bodhisattva told him how. Well, don't be afraid, said the iguana, and taking him on his own back, he descended the hill and brought him out of the forest. There he set him upon the high road, and showed him what way he should go, and himself returned to the forest. The other proceeded to a certain village, and dwelt there till he heard of his father's death. Upon this he made his way to Benares. There he inherited the kingdom which belonged to his family, and took the name of King Lotus. The 10 rules of righteousness for kings he did not transgress, and he ruled uprightly. He built 6 halls of bounty, 1 at each of the 4 gates, 1 in the midst of the city and 1 before the palace, and every day he distributed in gifts 600,000 pieces of money. Now the wicked wife took her paramour upon her shoulders, and came forth out of the forest, and she went a-begging among the people, and collected rice and gruel to support him withal. If she was asked what the man was to her, she would reply, "His mother was sister to my father, he is my cousin, to him they gave me. Even if he were doomed to death, I would take my own husband upon my shoulders, and care for him and beg food for his living." "What a devoted wife," said all the people, and thenceforward they gave her more food than ever. Some of them also offered advice, saying, "Do not live in this way. King Lotus is lord of Benares. He has set all India in a stir by his bounty. It will delight him to see you. So delighted will he be, that he will give you rich gifts. Put your husband in this basket, and make your way to him." So saying, they persuaded her, and gave her a basket of osiers. The wicked woman placed her paramour in the basket, and taking it up she repaired to Benares, and lived on what she got at the halls of bounty. Now the Bodhisattva used to ride to an alms hall upon the back of a splendid elephant richly dight, and after giving alms to 8 or 10 people, he would set out again for home. Then the wicked woman placed her paramour in the basket, and taking it up, she stood where the king was used to pass. The king saw her. "Who is this?" he asked. "A devoted wife," was the answer. He sent for her and recognized who she was. He caused the man to be put down from the basket, and asked her, "What is this man to you?" "He is the son of my father's sister, given me by my family, my own husband," she answered. "Ah, what a devoted wife!" cried they all, for they knew not the ins and outs of it, and they praised the wicked woman. "What, is the scoundrel your cousin? Did your family give him to you?" asked the king. "Your husband, is he?" She did not recognize the king, and "Yes, my lord," said she, "as bold as you like." "And is this the king of Benares' son? Are you not the wife of Prince Lotus, the daughter of such and such a king, your name so and so? Did not you drink the blood from my knee? Did you not fall in love with this rascal, and throw me down a precipice? Ah, you thought that I was dead, and here you are with death written upon your own forehead, and here am I alive." Then he turned to his courtiers. "Do you remember what I told you when you questioned me? My 6 younger brothers slew their 6 wives and ate them, but I kept my wife unhurt and brought her to Ganges' bank, where I dwelt in a hermit's hut. I hauled a condemned criminal out of the river and supported him. This woman fell in love with him and threw me down a precipice, but I saved my life by showing kindness. This is no other than the wicked woman who threw me off the crag. This and no other is the condemned wretch." And then he uttered the following verses. "'Tis I, no other, and this queen is she. The handless knave, no other. There you see," quoth she. "This is the husband of my youth. Women deserve to die. They have no truth. With a great club beat out the scoundrel's life, who lies in wait to steal his neighbor's wife. Then take the faithful harlot by and by, and shear off nose and ears before she die." But although the Bodhisattva could not swallow his anger, and ordained this punishment for them, he did not do accordingly, but he smothered his wrath and had the basket fixed upon her head so fast that she could not take it off. The villain he had placed in the same, and they were driven out of his kingdom. When the master had ended this discourse, he declared the truths and identified the birth. At the conclusion of the truths, the backsliding brother entered on the fruit of the first path. In those days certain elders were the 6 brothers. The young lady Sinka was the wife, Devdutta was the criminal, Ananda was the iguana, and King Lotus was I myself. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 194. Nakula Jataka. Ye gods are here, etc. This story the master told during a stay in Velluvana how Devdatta tried to kill Hips. Hearing that Devdatta went about to kill him, he said, "Brethren, this is not the only time that Devdatta has been trying to kill me. He tried to do so before and failed." Then he told them this story. Once upon a time Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, when the Bodhisattva came to life as the son of a householder who lived in a village not far from the city. When he came to years, they fetched a young lady of family from Benares to marry him. She was a fair and lovely maiden, beautiful as a nymph divine, graceful like a twining creeper, ravishing as a sylph. Her name was Sujata. She was faithful, virtuous, and dutiful. She always did duly her devoir to her lord and his parents. This girl was very dear and precious to the Bodhisattva. So they two dwelt together in joy and unity and oneness of mind. On a day Sujata said to her husband, "I have a wish to see my mother and father." "Very good, my wife," replied he. "Make ready food sufficient for the journey." He caused food of all sorts to be cooked and placed the provisions in a wagon. Since he drove the vehicle, he sat in front and his wife behind. To Benares they went, and there they unyoked the wagon and washed and ate. Then the Bodhisattva yoked the oxen again and sat in front, and Sujata, who had changed her dress and adorned herself, sat behind. As the wagon entered the city, the king of Benares happened to be making a solemn circuit round the place mounted upon the back of a splendid elephant, and he passed by that place. Sujata had come down out of the cart and was walking behind on foot. The king saw her. Her beauty so attracted his eye that he became enamored of her. He called one of his suite. "Go," said he, "and find out whether yon woman has a husband or no." The man did as he was bid, and came back to tell the king. "She has a husband, I am told," said he. "Do you see that man sitting in the cart yonder? He is her husband." The king could not smother his passion, and sin entered into his mind. "I will find some way of getting rid of this fellow," thought he, "and then I will take the wife myself." Calling to a man, he said, "Here, my good fellow, take this jeweled crest, and make as though you were passing down the street. As you go, drop it in the wagon of yonder man." So saying, he gave him a jeweled crest, and dismissed him. The man took it and went. As he passed the wagon, he dropped it in. Then he returned and reported to the king that it was done. "I have lost a jeweled crest," cried the king. The whole place was in an uproar. "Shut all the gates." The king gave order. "Cut off the outlets. Hunt the thief." The king's followers obeyed. The city was all confusion. The other man, taking some others with him, went up to the Bodhisattva crying, "Hello! Stop your cart. The king has lost a jeweled crest. We must search your cart." And search it he did, till he found the jewel which he had put there himself. "Thief!" cried he, seizing the Bodhisattva. They beat him and kicked him. Then binding his arms behind him they dragged him before the king, crying out, "See the thief who stole your jewel! Off with his head!" was the king's command. They scourged him with whips, and tormented him at every street corner, and cast him out of the city by the south gates. Now Sujata left the wagon, and stretching out her arms she ran after him, wailing as she went, "O my husband, it is I who brought you into this woeful plight." The king's servants threw the Bodhisattva upon his back, with the intent to cut off his head. When she saw this, Sujata thought upon her own goodness and virtue, reflecting thus within herself, "I suppose there can be no spirit here strong enough to stay the hand of cruel and wicked men, who work mischief to the virtuous." And weeping and wailing she repeated the first stanza. "No gods are here. They must be far away. No gods, who over all the world hold sway. Now wild and violent men may work their will, for here is no one who could say them nay." As this virtuous woman thus lamented, the throne of Sakka, king of the gods, grew hot as he sat upon it. "Who is it that would make me fall from my godhead?" thought Sakka. Then he was ware of what was befalling. "The king of Benares," he thought, "is doing a very cruel deed. He is making the virtuous Sujata miserable. Now I must go thither. So descending from the god world, by his own power he dismounted the wicked king from the elephant on whose back he was riding, and laid him upon his back in the place of execution. But the Bodhisattva he caught up, and decked him with all kinds of ornaments, and made the king's dress come upon him, and set him on the back of the king's elephant. The servants lifted the axe and smote off a head, but it was the king's head. And when it was off, they knew that it was the head of the king. Saka took upon him a visible body, and came before the Bodhisattva, and consecrated him to be king, and caused the place of chief queen to be given to Sujata. And as the courtiers, the Brahmins and householders, and the rest, saw Saka, king of the gods, they rejoiced, saying, "The unrighteous king is slain. Now have we received from the hands of Saka a king who is righteous." And Saka stood poised in the air, and declared, "This your righteous king from this time forth shall rule in righteousness. If a king be unrighteous, God sends rain out of season, and in season he sends no rain, and fear of famine, fear of pestilence, fear of the sword. These three fears come upon men for him." Thus did he instruct them, and spake this second verse. For him no rain falls in the time of rain, but out of season pours and pours amain. A king comes down from heaven upon the earth. Behold the reason why this man is slain. Thus did Saka admonish a great concourse of folk, and then he went straight to his divine abode. And the Bodhisattva reigned in righteousness, and then went to swell the hosts of heaven. The master, having ended this discourse, thus identified the birth. At that time Devdatta was the wicked king, Anuruddha was Saka, Sujata was Rahila's mother, but the king by Saka's gift was I myself. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 195. Pabhatapathra Jataka. A Happy Lake, etc. This story the master told while dwelling at Jetavana, about the king of Kosala. We are told that a certain courtier intrigued in the royal harem. The king inquired into the matter, and when he found it all out exactly he determined to tell the master. So he came to Jetavana and saluted the master, told him how a courtier had intrigued, and asked what he was to do. The master asked him whether he found the courtier useful to him, and whether he loved his wife. "Yes," was the reply. "The man is very useful. He is the mainstay of my court, and I do love the woman." "Sire," replied the master, "when servants are useful and women are dear, there is no harming them. In olden days 2 kings listened to the words of the wise, and were indifferent to such things." And he told an old world tale. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was king of Benares, the Bodhisattva was born into a courtier's family. When he came of age, he became the king's counselor in things temporal and spiritual. Now one of the king's court intrigued the harem, and the king learnt all about it. "He is a most useful servant," thought he, "and the woman is dear to me. I cannot destroy these two. I will put a question to some wise man of my court, and if I must put up with it I will. If not, then I will not." He sent for the Bodhisattva, and bade him be seated. "Wise sir," said he, "I have a question to ask you." "Ask it, O king. I will make answer," replied the other. Then the king asked his question in the words of the first couplet. A happy lake lay sheltered at the foot of a lovely hill, but a jackal used it, knowing that a lion watched it still. Surely, thought the Bodhisattva, one of his courtiers must have intrigued in the harem, and he recited the second couplet. Out of the mighty river all creatures drink at will. If she is dear, have patience, the river's a river still. Thus did the great being advise the king. And the king abode by this advice, and he forgave them both, bidding them go and sin no more. And from that time they ceased. And the king gave alms and did good, till at his life's end he went to fill the hosts of heaven. And the king of Kosala also, after hearing this discourse, forgave both these people and remained indifferent. When the master had ended this discourse, he identified the birth. At that time Ananda was the king, and I myself was the wise counselor. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 196. Valodaka Jataka. They who will neglect, etc. This story the master told while staying in Jetavana, about a brother who had become a backslider. When the master asked him if it was really true that he was a backslider, the brother replied that it was true. Being questioned for the reason, he replied that his passion had been aroused by seeing a finely dressed woman. Then the master thus addressed him. Brother, these women tempt men by their figure and voice, scents, perfumes, and touch, and by their wiles and dalliance. Thus they get men into their power, and as soon as they perceive that this is done, they ruin them, character, wealth, and all by their evil ways. This gives them the name of she-goblins. In former days also a troop of she-goblins tempted a caravan of traders, and got power over them. And afterwards, when they got sight of other men, they killed every one of the first, and then devoured them, crunching them in their teeth while the blood ran down over both cheeks. And then he told an old story. Once upon a time, there was in the island of Ceylon a goblin town called Sirasavathu, peopled by she-goblins. When a ship is wrecked, these adorn and deck themselves, and taking rice and gruel with trains of slaves, and their children on their hip, they come up to the merchants. In order to make them imagine that theirs is a city of human beings, they make them see here and their men plowing and tending kine, herds of cattle, dogs, and the like. Then approaching the merchants they invite them to partake of the gruel, rice, and other food which they bring. The merchants, all unaware, eat of what is offered. When they have eaten and drunken, and are taking their rest, the goblins address them thus. Where do you live? Where do you come from? Whither are you going? And what errand brought you here? We were shipwrecked here, they reply. Very good, noble sirs, the others make answer. 'Tis 3 years ago since our own husbands went on board ship. They must have perished. You are merchants too. We will be your wives. Thus they lead them astray by their women's wiles and tricks and dalliance, until they get them into the goblin city. Then, if they have any others already caught, they bind these with magic chains and cast them into the house of torment. And if they find no shipwrecked men in the place where they dwell, they scour the coast as far as the river Kalyani on one side and the island of Nagadapa on the other. This is their way. Now it happened once that 500 shipwrecked traders were cast ashore near the city of these she-goblins. The goblins came up to them and enticed them, till they brought them to their city. Those whom they had caught before, they bound with magic chains and cast them into the house of torment. Then the chief goblin took the chief man, and the others took the rest, till 500 had the 500 traders, and they made the men their husbands. Then in the night time, when her man was asleep, the chief she-goblin rose up, and made her way to the house of death, slew some of the men and ate them. The others did the same. When the eldest goblin returned from eating men's flesh, her body was cold. The eldest merchant embraced her, and perceived that she was a goblin. All the 500 of them must be goblins, he thought to himself. We must make our escape. So in the early morning, when he went to wash his face, he bespake the other merchants in these words. These are goblins and not human beings. As soon as other shipwrecked men can be found, they will make them their husbands and will eat us. Come, let us escape. 250 of them replied. We cannot leave them. Go ye if ye will, but we will not flee away. Then the chief trader with 250, who were ready to obey him, fled away in fear of the goblins. Now at that time the Bodhisattva had come into the world as a flying horse, white all over, and beaked like a crow, with hair like munja grass, possessed of supernatural power, able to fly through the air. From Himalaya he flew through the air until he came to Ceylon. There he passed over the ponds and tanks of Ceylon, and ate the paddy that grew wild there. As he passed on thus, he thrice uttered human speech filled with mercy, saying, Who wants to go home? Who wants to go home? The traders heard his saying and cried, We are going home, master, joining their hands and raising them respectfully to their foreheads. Then climb up on my back, said the Bodhisattva. Thereat some of them climbed up, some laid hold of his tail, and some remained standing with a respectful salute. Then the Bodhisattva took up even those who stood still saluting him and conveyed all of them, even 250, to their own country and set down each in his own place. Then he went back to his place of dwelling. And the she-goblins, when other men came to that place, slew those 250 who were left, and devoured them. The master now said, addressing the brethren, Brethren, even as these traitors perished by falling into the hands of she-goblins, but the others by obeying the behest of the wonderful horse each returned safe home again. So, even so, they who neglect the advice of the Buddhas, both brethren and sisters, lay brethren and lay sisters, come to great misery in the four hells, places where they are punished under the 5 fetters, and so forth. But those who abide by such advice come to the 3 kinds of fortunate birth, the 6 heavens of sense, the 20 worlds of Brahma, and reaching the state of imperishable nirvana they attain great blessedness. Then, becoming perfectly enlightened, he recited the following verses. They who will neglect the Buddha when he tells them what to do, as the goblins ate the merchants, likewise they shall perish too. They who hearken to the Buddha when he tells them what to do, as the bird horse saved the merchants, they shall win salvation too. When the master had ended this discourse, he declared the truths and identified the birth. At the conclusion of the truths, the backsliding brother entered on the fruit of the first path, and many others entered on the fruit of the first, second, third, or fourth. The Buddha's followers were the 250 who followed the advice of the horse, and I was the horse myself. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 196. Valodaka Jataka. They who will neglect, etc. This story the master told while staying in Jetavana, about a brother who had become a backslider. When the master asked him if it was really true that he was a backslider, the brother replied that it was true. Being questioned for the reason, he replied that his passion had been aroused by seeing a finely dressed woman. Then the master thus addressed him, Brother, these women tempt men by their figure and voice, scents, perfumes, and touch, and by their wiles and dalliance. Thus they get men into their power, and as soon as they perceive that this is done, they ruin them, character, wealth, and all by their evil ways. This gives them the name of she-goblins. In former days also a troop of she-goblins tempted a caravan of traders, and got power over them. And afterwards, when they got sight of other men, they killed every one of the first, and then devoured them, crunching them in their teeth while the blood ran down over both cheeks. And then he told an old story. Once upon a time, there was in the island of Ceylon a goblin town called Sirasavathu, peopled by she-goblins. When a ship is wrecked, these adorn and deck themselves, and taking rice and gruel with trains of slaves, and their children on their hip, they come up to the merchants. In order to make them imagine that theirs is a city of human beings, they make them see here and their men plowing and tending kine, herds of cattle, dogs, and the like. Then, approaching the merchants, they invite them to partake of the gruel, rice, and other food which they bring. The merchants, all unaware, eat of what is offered. When they have eaten and drunken, and are taking their rest, the goblins address them thus. Where do you live? Where do you come from? Whither are you going? And what errand brought you here? We were shipwrecked here, they reply. Very good, noble sirs, the others make answer. 'Tis 3 years ago since our own husbands went on board ship. They must have perished. You are merchants too. We will be your wives. Thus they lead them astray by their women's wiles and tricks and dalliance, until they get them into the goblin city. Then, if they have any others already caught, they bind these with magic chains, and cast them into the house of torment. And if they find no shipwrecked men in the place where they dwell, they scour the coast as far as the river Kalyani on one side and the island of Nagadapa on the other. This is their way. Now it happened once that 500 shipwrecked traders were cast ashore near the city of these she-goblins. The goblins came up to them and enticed them, till they brought them to their city. Those whom they had caught before, they bound with magic chains and cast them into the house of torment. Then the chief goblin took the chief man, and the others took the rest, till 500 had the 500 traders, and they made the men their husbands. Then in the night time, when her man was asleep, the chief she-goblin rose up, and made her way to the house of death, slew some of the men and ate them. The others did the same. When the eldest goblin returned from eating men's flesh, her body was cold. The eldest merchant embraced her, and perceived that she was a goblin. All the 500 of them must be goblins. He thought to himself, we must make our escape. So in the early morning, when he went to wash his face, he bespake the other merchants in these words. These are goblins and not human beings. As soon as other shipwrecked men can be found, they will make them their husbands and will eat us. Come, let us escape. 250 of them replied, we cannot leave them. Go ye if ye will, but we will not flee away. Then the chief trader with 250, who were ready to obey him, fled away in fear of the goblins. Now at that time the Bodhisattva had come into the world as a flying horse, white all over, and beaked like a crow, with hair like munja grass, possessed of supernatural power, able to fly through the air. From Himalaya he flew through the air until he came to Ceylon. There he passed over the ponds and tanks of Ceylon, and ate the paddy that grew wild there. As he passed on thus, he thrice uttered human speech filled with mercy, saying, who wants to go home? Who wants to go home? The traders heard his saying and cried, we are going home, master, joining their hands and raising them respectfully to their foreheads. Then climb up on my back, said the Bodhisattva. Thereat some of them climbed up, some laid hold of his tail, and some remained standing with a respectful salute. Then the Bodhisattva took up even those who stood still saluting him and conveyed all of them, even 250, to their own country and set down each in his own place. Then he went back to his place of dwelling. And the she-goblins, when other men came to that place, slew those 250 who were left and devoured them. The master now said, addressing the brethren, brethren, even as these traders perished by falling into the hands of she-goblins, but the others by obeying the behest of the wonderful horse each returned safe home again. So, even so, they who neglect the advice of the Buddhas, both brethren and sisters, lay brethren and lay sisters, come to great misery in the four hells, places where they are punished under the 5 fetters, and so forth. But those who abide by such advice come to the 3 kinds of fortunate birth, the 6 heavens of sense, the 20 worlds of Brahma, and reaching the state of imperishable nirvana they attain great blessedness. Then, becoming perfectly enlightened, he recited the following verses. They who will neglect the Buddha when he tells them what to do, as the goblins ate the merchants, likewise they shall perish too. They who hearken to the Buddha when he tells them what to do, as the bird horse saved the merchants, they shall win salvation too. When the master had ended this discourse, he declared the truths and identified the birth. At the conclusion of the truths the backsliding brother entered on the fruit of the first path, and many others entered on the fruit of the first, second, third, or fourth. The Buddha's followers were the 250 who followed the advice of the horse, and I was the horse myself. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 198. Uraga Jataka. I come, my son, etc. This story the master told whilst living at Jetavana, about a brother who was a backslider. We hear that the master asked him if he really were a backslider. And he replied yes, he was. Being asked the reason, he replied, because my passions were aroused on seeing a woman in her finery. Then the master said, brother, there is no watching women. In days of yore, watchers were placed to guard the doors, and yet they could not keep them safe. Even when you have got them, you cannot keep them. And he told an old world tale. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was king of Benares, the Bodhisattva came into the world as a young parrot. His name was Radha, and his youngest brother was named Pathapada. While they were yet quite young, both of them were caught by a fowler and handed over to a Brahmin in Benares. The Brahmin cared for them as if they were his children. But the Brahmin's wife was a wicked woman. There was no watching her. The husband had to go away on business, and addressed his young parrots thus. Little dears, I am going away on business. Keep watch on your mother in season and out of season. Observe whether or not any man visits her. So off he went, leaving his wife in charge of the young parrots. As soon as he was gone, the woman began to do wrong. Night and day the visitors came and went. There was no end to them. Pathapada, observing this, said to Radha, our master gave this woman into our charge, and here she is doing wickedness. I will speak to her. Don't, said Radha. But the other would not listen. Mother, said he, why do you commit sin? How she longed to kill him. But making as though she would fondle him, she called him to her. Little one, you are my son. I will never do it again. Here, then the dear. So he came out. Then she seized him crying, what? You preach to me. You don't know your measure. And she wrung his neck and threw him into the oven. The Brahmin returned. When he had rested, he asked the Bodhisattva, well, my dear, what about your mother? Does she do wrong or no? And as he asked the question, he repeated the first couplet. I come, my son, the journey done, and now I am at home again. Come tell me, is your mother true? Does she make love to other men? Radha answered, Father dear, the wise speak not of things which do not conduce to blessing, whether they have happened or not. And he explained this by repeating the second couplet. For what he said he now lies dead, burnt up beneath the ashes there. It is not well the truth to tell, lest Padhapada's fate I share. Thus did the Bodhisattva hold forth to the Brahmin. And he went on, this is no place for me to live in either. Then bidding the Brahmin farewell, he flew away to the woods. When the master had ended this discourse, he declared the truths and identified the birth. At the conclusion of the truths, the backsliding brother reached the fruit of the first path. Ananda was Padhapada, and I myself was Radha. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkhanipada. 199. Gagga Jataka. I like not this, etc. This story the master told, also about a backsliding brother, during a sojourn in Jetavana, and in the course of his address he said, womankind can never be kept right. Somehow or other they will sin and trick their husbands. And then he told the following story. Once upon a time, in the reign of Brahmadatta, king of Benares, the Bodhisattva was born in the realm of Kasi as a householder's son. And coming of age he married and settled down. Now his wife was a wicked woman, and she intrigued with the village headman. The Bodhisattva got wind of it, and bethought him how he might put her to the test. At that time all the grain had been carried away during the rainy season, and there was a famine. But it was the time when the corn had just sprouted. And all the villagers came together and besought help of their headman, saying, 2 months from now, when we have harvested the grain, we will pay you in kind. So they got an old ox from him and ate it. One day the headman watched his chance, and when the Bodhisattva was gone abroad he visited the house. Just as the two were happy together, the Bodhisattva came in by the village gate, and set his face towards home. The woman was looking towards the village gate, and saw him. Why, who's this? She wondered, looking at him as he stood on the threshold. It is he. She knew him, and she told the headman. He trembled in terror. Don't be afraid, said the woman. I have a plan. You know we have had meat from you to eat. Make as though you were seeking the price of the meat. I will climb up into the granary, and stand at the door of it, crying, no rice here, while you must stand in the middle of the room and call out insisting again and again, I have children at home, give me the price of the meat. So saying, she climbed up to the granary, and sat in the door of it. The other stood in the midst of the house and cried, give me the price of the meat, while she replied, sitting at the granary door, there is no rice in the granary. I will give it when the harvest is home. Leave me now. The goodman entered the house and saw what they were about. This must be that wicked woman's plan, he thought, and he called to the headman. Sir Headman, when we had some of your old ox to eat, we promised to give you rice for it in 2 months' time. Not half a month has passed. Then why do you try to make us pay now? That's not the reason you are here. You must have come for something else. I don't like your ways. That wicked and sinful woman yonder knows that there is no rice in the garner. But she has climbed up, and there she sits, crying, no rice here. And you cry, give. I don't like your doings, either of you. And to make his meaning clear, he uttered these lines. I like not this, I like not that. I like not her, I say. who stands beside the granary, and cries, "I cannot pay, nor you, sir. Listen now. My means and store are small. You gave me once a skinny cow, and 2 months' grace withal. Now ere the day you bid me pay, I like it not at all." So saying, he seized the headman by the lock of hair on the top of his head, dragged him out into the courtyard, threw him down, and as he cried, "I'm the headman," mocked him thus. "Damages, please, for injury done to the chattels under another man's watch and ward," while he thrashed him till the man was faint. Then he took him by the neck and cast him out of the house. The wicked woman he seized by the hair of her head, pulled her away from the garner, knocked her down and threatened her. "If you ever do this kind of thing again, I'll make you remember it." From that day forward the headman durst not even look at that house, and the woman did not dare to transgress even in thought. When this discourse was ended, the master declared the truths, at the conclusion of which the backsliding brother reached the fruit of the first path. The goodman who punished that headman was I myself. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 2 Dukkanipada. 200. Sigala Jataka. One is good, etc. This story the master told while dwelling at Jetavana, about a Brahmin. This man, we are told, had 4 daughters. For suitors wooed them. One was fine and handsome, one was old and well advanced in years, the third a man of family, and the fourth was good. He thought to himself, when a man is settling his daughters and disposing of them, whom should he give them to? The handsome man or the oldish man, or one of the other two, the highly born or the very virtuous man? Ponder as he would, he could not decide. So he thought he would tell the matter to the Supreme Buddha, who would be sure to know, and then he would give the girls to the most suitable wooer. So he had a quantity of perfumes and garlands prepared, and visited the monastery. Saluting the master, he sat on one side, and told him everything from beginning to end. Then he asked, "To which of these 4 should I give my daughters?" To this the master replied, "In olden days as now wise men asked this question, but now that rebirth has confused your memory, you cannot remember the case." And then at his request the master told an old world tale. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta ruled in Benares, the Bodhisattva was born as a Brahmin's son. He came of age and received his education at Takasila. Then on returning he became a famous teacher. Now there was a Brahmin who had 4 daughters. These 4 were wooed by 4 persons as told above. The Brahmin could not decide to whom to give them. "I will inquire of the teacher," he thought, "and then he shall have them to whom they should be given." So he came into the teacher's presence, and repeated the first couplet. "One is good, and one is noble. One has beauty, one has years. Answer me this question, Brahmin. Of the 4, which best appears?" Hearing this, the teacher replied, "Even though there be beauty and the like qualities, a man is to be despised if he fail in virtue. Therefore the former is not the measure of a man. Those that I like are the virtuous." And in explanation of this matter, he repeated the second couplet. "Good is beauty, to the aged show respect, for this is right. Good is noble birth, but virtue, that is my delight." When the Brahmin heard this, he gave all his daughters to the virtuous wooer. The master, when this discourse was ended, declared the truths and identified the birth. At the conclusion of the truths the Brahmin attained the fruit of the first path. This Brahmin was the Brahmin then, and the famous teacher was I myself.